the fuck is going on? No, we don't want to show them that. We don't want to show them that. Okay, well, I do want to start this out. This isn't just about Nancy Guthrie, but I figure if everyone else is allowed to use it for a headline, so can this bitch, right? First thing I want to do today is I want to share with you guys. I watch Nomad Animal Rescue, and he released something today, or maybe it was a couple of days ago. Let me go see where it's at. Is this one? No.
Suggests that Kurt Cobain was actually Interstate. We're going to talk about the most well.
See, something I don't like about YouTube or Facebook is if you've watched something, it doesn't.
Now we're looking at live pictures from the lifeguard camp at South Jetty.
Oh yeah, and guys, something else I want to discuss. One of the gentlemen who was in the explosion at Valero passed away yesterday. He was young. He reminds me of my nephew JT. It's uncanny. He had 2 young children, and they aren't going to have a dad anymore. So if we can just do a quick little prayer for Jesse and his family. I can't find what I was going to also share with you guys. It was over. That's still creepy. Jeffrey Epstein. I'm looking. I wonder if I do this. Jeffrey Epstein playing Roblox or Fortnite. Here we go.
He might actually still be alive, and how we're finding this out is Fortnite. I think it's so. Jeffrey Epstein might actually still be alive, and how we're finding this out is Fortnite. Yes, the popular video game Fortnite. Okay, so this has been wild. It's been coming out the last few days. So Jeffrey Epstein had a YouTube account named Littlest Jeff. Well, that has been matched to an email address he also had, which is a weird email address to have because we all know that his island was called like Little St. James, and then his name is obviously Jeffrey. So Littlest Jeff was the username on Epic Games, which is the company that owns Fortnite and Rocket League and a bunch of other stuff. People have tracked this email that this email is still participating in playing Fortnite and buying V-Bucks. It actually started when they found a receipt to buy V-Bucks. Then they were able to look up this account, and they're like, this person's still regularly playing Fortnite.
Oh, so, and I can't see comments. Good morning, Mama Bear.
Somebody is still playing Fortnite on his account. Whether it's Jeffrey Epstein is like out there hiding somewhere, taking up on a new identity.
Give me a second, guys. Let me pause him. Let me do one thing. Try to regulate. There's my chat. Okay. Good morning, y'all. I'm sorry about that. My chat was not showing up. Good morning, Mama Bear. How are you this morning? I'm going to go back to playing this. But, guys, this is also on He's on TikTok and on Facebook. It's Nomad Animal Encounters. They're an animal rescue out of Seminole, Oklahoma.
In Fortnite, in a lobby with us, or somebody for whatever reason was like, I'm going to take over his Fortnite account and keep playing on it, which is really weird. But this account goes all the way back to 2019, which, if you all know, he passed away in prison in 2019, in August 2019. Right at August 2019, this account actually vamps down and stops playing Fortnite.
Up. I woke up at 5 something because I rolled over because Michael moved. And woke up to extreme heartburn because everyone knows I have the cheese allergy. Guess what my dumbass did? Anyone want to take a guess? Ate cottage cheese with onions last night. Yeah, my stomach was not my friend this morning. Hello, Jess. How are you this morning? Don't forget to hit that like, follow, and love button.
Lines up when he, had to go into hiding, or if he died, whatever. This is the conspiracy here. It's all fun. Don't get too serious. And then in the future, the account started ramping back up. Like after some time had passed, the account started being used again. So like, there's a lot of arguments. Like, is this a bot account now? Like, is this, because you do run into bot players? Like, did somehow Epic Games just takes over inactive accounts and turns them into bot players? Or is somebody out there using his account to play? Like, did somebody hack his account and they're using it to play and they're trolling people? But here's the weird part. After this just gained attention like 2 or 3 days ago. After this big media attention, the account has now gone inactive. Like they're like, oh, and they just turned the.
She just mistyped it, Jess. I know she probably put an A by accident because she saw that. her phone decides to be retarded sometimes. We love our mama bear though.
Account off. Epic Games has even publicly came out and talked about it. Epic Games, the multi-billion-dollar company, had to address this. It got so big. And of course, if you Google it right now or look it up, everything's saying, oh, it's fake, it's not real, it's somebody else that used an account that just mimicked this other account. And of course, there's going to be all this made-up stuff, obviously. Like if the government was ever wanting to hide that he's still alive somewhere, because he had friends that are like almost all the most powerful people in the world, and they were like doing him a solid and trying to hide his existence. Of course, they're going to say, no, that didn't happen. Right? So it's a neat rabbit hole. Go down and look at it, guys. There is also another theory that Jeffrey Epstein never died, like, ever, period, and he's actually been alive and been an immortal for, like, centuries. Hear me out. Just look at this photo. This photo is Jeffrey Epstein and Andrew Jackson. And, I'm going to show you a few photos, by the way. But, you can take the dollar bill there and split it in two, and by FBI face analytic breakdown, it is almost a 100% match. It is so dead on identical. It is nuts. Which brings us into a video we're going to do in the future, only if you guys want me to, about how celebrities, there's a lot of celebrities out there that are either time travelers or they're immortal, or they have a way of resetting their life cycle every so often, or they go for the adrenochrome, which makes them be able to retain their youth. Whichever rabbit hole you guys want me to go down, it's a lot of fun. We can definitely get into it.
It's going to be really funny when we find out that Jeffrey Epstein is alive, and the way we found out is because he bought V-Bucks. Department of Justice files show that Epstein had the email littlestjeff@yahoo.com linked to his main email, jeevacation@gmail.com. In May 2019, there was a receipt in his email showing that he spent $25.95 on V-Bucks. V-Bucks as in, yes, the currency from Fortnite. Some really intelligent people on the internet were able to trace back the purchases to a username called littlestjeff1 with the Israeli flag in the bio. Stats on the account show activity from Chapter 1, Season 10, which ran from August to October 2019. And for more clarification, Epstein allegedly died in August 2019. The account has wins logged.
Well, thank you, Jess. Like I said, hit that love button. I know with this going on, and next Thursday, I'm hoping to have an interview with a missing child's mother here the child, well, I say child, he is 24 years old, but he is autistic and his mind functions like a 16-year-old. So there is that. But I'll get to the news here in a little bit with what's going on.
As recently as 2025. And the profile literally went private last night after people started discussing this online. So either someone was playing on Jeffrey Epstein's Fortnite account, or he's literally alive. There was also activity on Rocket League 3 days ago. Anyway, this is all super suspicious and kind of funny. I think it's going to be really funny when we find out that Jeffrey Epstein is alive, and the way we found out is because he bought V-Bucks.
I just find that weird. Anyway, so that was that on the Jeffrey Epstein. Who could be still alive, y'all? Do you believe it? I don't know. Anyway, so as of last night, whoa, what's that?
What? A man who's being detained for questioning.
That's that. We ain't even gonna discuss that right now. I used to love Michelle Walks, but after some of the things that have came out here recently, I don't know where I stand anymore. Let me go see if I can figure out. Okay. Let me go grab it, and I'll be right back, guys. First thing I want to go over is okay. Let me go grab it, hit pause, prepare to share. Alrighty, y'all. Ashley Banfield with
is a
which we just want this all over the. We don't care. And then we are going to screen.
concept and a way to record it. Here's how.
Hey everybody, I'm Ashley Banfield and welcome to Drop Dead Serious. Full disclosure, I got another cold. I just do. And so I may be wiping my nose and clearing my throat. I just got over one. I just got my voice back, but thank you so much for being here. I'm just going to plug through this because it was a really big day again. I've been dropping these podcasts really late at night because I wait for everything. I basically watch the news so you don't have to, and the Twitters and everything else. But I got a huge collection of developments in the Nancy Guthrie case, not the least of which is...
I mean, I may have a problem with Ashley Banfield, but a lot of people don't. It's a personal problem due to a different case.
Something that is just sort of massive, and we're only finding out about it on day 12. They found a glove. No, not the one you think you know about. Not the one they found yesterday on the side of the road. The FBI picked it up on the side of the highway. They found a glove inside Nancy Guthrie's home. So they've had that for a while because they've been in there for a while, right? And now this glove has taken on a bit of a life of its own in terms of politics and anger and sniping. And I've got something else to tell you about tonight with regard to all that. Everybody's piling onto the sheriff because he's sent the glove off for testing to a lab in Florida. Apparently, everyone's saying the FBI is being blocked from key evidence. I don't know that that's entirely true, and I will tell you why. I've talked to a couple of people tonight, somebody who knows the FBI processing inside and out. She
Am I still here? Because my thing says hold on, reconnecting. So I don't know.
has a very different take on it. And so I'm going to get to that in just a minute. But this glove was apparently sent to a Florida lab and not to Quantum.
Oh, hang on, let's see here. I missed some chat here. Well, it's nice talking to you, and we enjoy having you coming in. Sundays, I'm live from like 4 o'clock. Well, normally, I don't know what I'm going to be doing. Since I am covering the Nancy Guthrie case, I might come live earlier than 3 o'clock because I plan on doing this all week. So we'll catch you later. We do appreciate you stopping by. Just don't forget to hit that like and love button and give me a follow if you like what you see and what you hear over here.
And that may not be a bad thing. Shock. And then also the sheriff himself, who has said he's not going to have any news conferences. He'll, not going to do any one-on-one interviews. He's going to let us know what we need to know when we need to know it. But he spoke to a local reporter, not just any local reporter. He told the anchor of KOLD, Mary Coleman, who was the recipient of one of the alleged ransom emails. He told her some things about this back.
Valentine's Day is not till tomorrow. And I'm not really the romantic type. And after you have children, that kind of goes out the window. But I mean, I do take a little bit of breaks here and there. Like yesterday evening, I stopped my live at 3. And then from 3 to 7, I didn't have anything going on. So I do take breaks. I do, I do also have friends and family that like talking to me. But today is Friday the 13th, you guys. I got a funny feeling it's just about to get real down there in Tucson.
And forth between, the FBI and the sheriff that's just taking on a life of its own in the media. I'm going to get to that as well. If you were watching a lot of the news today, you probably saw a big hullabaloo about the white tent
yesterday
that went up in Nancy's entranceway. Yep, forensic investigators erected a tent, put the sides down, and went to work, but not before a lot of reporters saw the stuff they were carrying in.
No, Jesse, I'm still here. Can you guys not hear me? Hello? Jess, put in one chat if you can hear me.
So I'm going to show you exactly what it was they were carrying in, and then the work product came out, bam, like within a couple of hours of them closing up that tent. They only had the tent up for about an hour, but they gave us a description of the suspect, of that guy, that eerie, freakish night terror of a criminal who showed up on Nancy's front doorstep on that video camera, right? So they've got a description. I'm going to give that to you as well. They also have the make of the backpack. Formerly black 25-liter Ozark Trail Hiker Pack. And then another backpack man surfaced today. Some other dude right around the same time, 5 miles away, carrying what looked like a similar backpack. I've got the resolution to all of that as well. And then guess what? Remember about a week and a half ago, I reported that my source told me that the cameras were smashed, plural. Nest cameras were smashed. Well, we've got clarification. They're certainly Nest cameras. And now there is a report that came from Michael Ruiz with Fox Digital that really backs that up. I'm going to get to that as well. I'm going to tell you what it was Michael Ruiz found underneath the Nest cam at Nancy Guthrie's front entrance. First, though, I just have to thank you again for being here. Please subscribe. It really helps. I'm not sure if that's how you just click that thing down below, whatever it is. It really does help as an independent journalist to keep this podcast going if you subscribe. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't cost you anything. I actually subscribe to people's podcasts too. Like so it would do me a solid. So I do ask you, please, from the bottom of my heart, subscribe. If you're already subscribed, thank you for being in this community. I think we're all of the same ilk. We're mindful of how much we want Nancy Guthrie to come home alive. and unharmed physically. Obviously, mentally, it would be different. But we were also just sort of obsessed with how the hell this thing actually happened and what happened, right? It's just so perplexing. And so with you, I feel as though we're in this together, sort of this crowdsourcing crime solving. And mark my words, the true crime community does a lot of this. They found Gabby Petito, for God's sake. So yeah, you're important, and you're important to me, and I couldn't do this without you. And I also couldn't do this without my sponsors, and I've got a really good one that I absolutely love. I've got a bunch of it in my freezer right now. Wild Grain. If you haven't checked it out yet, you have to. It's the first bake from frozen subscription box for sourdough bread. Love it. Artisanal pastries, fresh pastas, and everything bakes in like 25 minutes or less. What's even better is that everything they have in there is real. The ingredients, you can actually pronounce them. So I'm super obsessed with the sourdough bread. I have it for breakfast every morning. Yeah, with like yummy butter. And during the cold winter days that I've been dealing with for the last month, it's been really nice to be able to bake it because you can smell it all throughout the house. These boxes also are all fully customizable. So, you know, kind of nice to have your own choices, right? Now is the best time to stay in, actually, with this cold weather everywhere and just enjoy some comforting homemade meals with Wild Grain. I highly recommend giving them a try. And right now, Wild Grain is offering you, because of me, $30 off your first box and also free croissants for life. Are you kidding me? Just go to wildgrain.com/Banfield. Again, wildgrain.com/Banfield. Start your subscription today. You get $30 off your first box, free croissants for life when you visit wildgrain.com/Banfield, or you can use the promo code Banfield at checkout. Okay, let me start going through this day. Every day starts empty. I've got like a blank page, and then I start filling them up, and I got a lot today. And I'm going to go to sort of like most recent events to least recent events. So kind of like what happened tonight, and then finish off with all the things that were happening all the way through to this morning. And again, it's February 12th, Thursday, as I'm recording this. You're probably going to watch it on Friday, February 13th. Really. Friday the 13th. It just occurred to me. Okay, just be careful. Don't walk under a ladder.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want, and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one, to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation, where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality, right now.
Sorry, y'all. I had to step away for a minute. What happened? Why? Why are you doing this?
EVE Online is a
black cat thing I don't believe in, but okay. So Fox News Digital was the first to report this, and then everybody sort of jumped on it as well and confirmed it, that a glove was found in Nancy Guthrie's home, right? Remember how the homicide squad was there that day on February 1st, the Sunday when she was reported missing? They came in and the sheriff said the homicide squad was there. And we were all like, wait, what? She's reported missing, but you're brought in the homicide squad? So they probably would have found that glove right away, right? My source told me there was blood inside the home. My thoughts are they probably found that glove. And you know what? Thank God. Because I can tell you this. Gloves are a mine of information, right? There's so much information in a glove. Those plasticky, latexy ones, you sweat in them. And in your sweat is your DNA. So you sweat all over the inside of the glove and you leave your DNA behind. But you also leave fingerprints in there. Sometimes there's a little bit of powder in there. And if you sweat a lot and the powder gets used up, you still could leave some really good prints in a glove, right? And when you pull that latex glove off, thwap, it pulls skin cells, right? So gloves are really good for the DNA of the perpetrator. And then, of course, on the outside of the glove, you would want to know that Nancy's DNA is on the outside. But since it's found in her house, I'm guessing Nancy's DNA is on the glove. So that's a good thing. Multiple outlets were reporting that the sheriff sent that glove off for testing to a Florida lab, a private Florida lab. And then, everything blew up, right? Everybody went fucking apeshit over this. So I want to set the record straight on what all that means And I'm also going to read for you what the sheriff told a local KOLD journalist named Mary Coleman. She's the anchor of KOLD who was the recipient of that first alleged ransom overture. Lots of outlets have reported that the sheriff blocked the FBI from key evidence in sending this glove off to the Florida lab. Wow, that sounded awful and nasty and mean and all the rest. And I'm a bit pissed off that the sheriff's talking to Mary Coleman and not the rest of us, because he said he's not doing one-on-one interviews and he's not giving press conferences. But you know what? Good for Mary. She got good reporting. Here's what she wrote on her Twitter. I still call it Twitter. I just spoke with the sheriff and I asked him about this article from Reuters. Reuters had this report about sending the glove off to the Florida lab. He tells me there's been no evidence blocked in this case, but says the department did want all evidence submitted to the same lab versus multiple labs. He says in a meeting with the FBI today, one of the agents said, quote, "We do not want the media to divide us." We've also reached out to the FBI for response on this. The sheriff said there is still no sign of Nancy, but they have, quote, "good leads." Again, that's Mary Coleman's reporting. She scored an interview with the sheriff. Good for her. But let's talk a little bit about this. I talked to Maureen O'Connell tonight. If you don't know Maureen O'Connell, you should. She's a retired FBI special agent, 25 years, runs her own personal security operation on the West Coast. She's super smart, really skilled. She's been, at this game a long time. And I was surprised when I asked her to weigh in on this. She said, "I don't think that's such a bad thing." I said, "Wait, do what now?" Because everybody's reporting that the FBI and the local sheriff are at loggerheads and the glove went off to the Florida lab and damn it, the FBI doesn't have access. And she said, no, I don't think it's a bad thing at all. In fact, she went further and she said to me that there is a private lab and she thinks, she's not sure, but she thinks that the lab that the sheriff sent the glove to might be the DNA Labs International in Deerfield Beach, Florida. And if that is the lab, they solved the Colonial Parkways murder cases. When I say solved, like a lot, like at least six murders are now attributed to a dead guy through this lab. And they're looking at potentially tagging another 15 more murders on him as well. The guy was Alan Wade Wilmer Sr. He murdered 2 young women in 1986, another one in 1988. And like I said, they've already, this lab, if this is a lab, if they went to DNA Labs International, Deerfield Beach, Florida with that glove, Maureen O'Connell says they're good. They're really good. And that there's not that antagonism necessarily automatically if you're using a private lab. So let's just throw a little cold water on that. I do know that there is acrimony in that department. My source told me about that a week ago Tuesday. A lot of acrimony in that department. And then there's been an exodus from the department as well, Sheriff's Department. Look, police have taken it on the chin for the last 5 years, and there's been an exodus in general policing. So that might be also a factor. And that there's the homicide guys, from what I have gathered, there's a lot of new guys on that force. I'm not throwing water on them. They're new. They've got some, they got to put in their time. But the older, more experienced guys have left. And so there might be some newer blood that doesn't have all the experience of the gumshoes from, that preceded them. So that's the way I read into this glove business. And I would wait to hear a little bit more reporting as to whether there is this antagonism between the feds and the locals. I know everybody has said it's taken a long time to bring the feds into the fold. That may have already been a mistake, and the sheriff already owned that one too. I think he said, okay, that's on me for releasing the scene. I'm not sure if he said that's on me for bringing the feds in later. I think he did. But and something else in the Reuters article that was interesting is that the law enforcement source that spoke with Reuters, a federal law enforcement source, said that the sheriff has spent $200,000 to send evidence to the Florida lab. That's fine. That's not much. If there's a lot of work that needs to be done and it needs to be tested, fine.
QuickFrame AI is the first end-to-end platform for modern video ad production.
It's such an amazing product. It'll have you asking, did AI do that?
Wait, what? This is what we're doing?
All right, Slate's come right in.
It was in the contract. I'm not going to say the line. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
Please just say it once.
Hi, I'm Jalil White. You might know me from TV and film, but I've also done a lot of commercials. And did you know that 97% of brands on Mountain Performance TV have never run a TV ad? Now, any brand of any size can make a TV ad quickly and easily. QuickFrame AI is actually pretty amazing. I mean, it writes your script, creates characters, generates scenes with music, dialogue, voiceover. You can even control camera movement. Everything is right there. You just start by choosing a style.
Did AI do that?
What's wrong with this dude, man? Then you can see the scene-by-scene breakdown right here.
Did AI do?
Stop it! Can we get a new quick frame guy? You can also collaborate with real creative pros if you want.
Did AI do that?
I changed my mind. He can go too. In as little as 15 clicks, boom! QuickFrame AI generates the whole thing and you've got yourself a commercial.
Will you please just say it once?
Did AI do that? Is that what you wanted to hear?
Did AI do that? With QuickFrame AI.
Okay, great. Wait, were you even listening? You haven't taken a single note this entire meeting?
I'm actually listening better than I ever have. Let me share my screen. Do you see this? Everything we're saying is being transcribed in real time. Look, word for word. That's exactly what you just said.
Wait, so you're not taking notes because...
Because Otter is. And I could even use the chat function as well. So, for example, what did we decide on the budget? Just like that, see? Instant answer.
That's actually incredible.
Right? And the best part is, after this meeting, I'll get a full custom summary based on the meeting type, action items, and it's all generated automatically and organized for me. I'm actually more present in meetings now because I'm not frantically typing.
Okay, I need this. How do I get it?
It's free. Just go to otter.ai. Trust me, you'll never do manual note-taking again.
Never take manual notes again.
There's also there's a clock ticking. When you're trying to solve a murder, there isn't a clock ticking, so to speak, but when you're trying to find a missing person, there is. Because the number one priority is to find Nancy alive. And so spend that money, find that DNA, rush job, all of that. I get that. Rush job. Yeah. 200,000. Boy, I hope there's more than just a glove being sent to that lab. And I hope it is that lab, DNA Labs International, Deerfield Beach, Florida. They solved the Colonial Parkway's murder cases. Thank you. You know, Othram Labs down in Texas. They solved the Brian Koberger case. These private labs are good. So we shouldn't shit on anybody for using them. And I hope that the acrimony that's being reported between the sheriff and the feds is not what it sounds like in the press. And that I hope that it's not the press ginning it all up. Everybody should take a step back because this work is hard. It's hard doing it under the microscope. And it's hard when there's this many reporters, you know, that are getting information. It's a big job and it's a lot, and there's a woman's life at stake. So I'm always wanting to offer some grace. I also want to mention this because I've been at this game for 38 years. So long. 12 days is not very long. It is an eternity for the Guthrie family who want their mother home. I get that. But 12 days to solve a crime is nothing. It takes a lot longer. And if you talk to cold case guys, it can take decades, right? That's not the case here. But I think when we all looked at the Spencer and Monique Tepe story, it took 10 days to track Michael McKee and arrest him, allegedly for these double murders. That's 10 days. And they had everything. They had like the popcorn trail on video, right? So that was quick. That was really quick. And we're at 12 days right now. And I know it's frustrating. People want resolution. People want to see Nancy home and safe. But 12 days isn't a long time. And patience is your friend when you're an investigator. You wait for the guy, obviously,
but
to
if
feel
she
comfy and
needs this
screw up.
medicine, it's not her friend.
And let's just hope they're as dumb as they usually are and that they're going to screw up. There was earlier reporting today as well that the sheriff's office is confirming testing is underway on multiple gloves. Multiple gloves. Well, we saw one on the side of the road. The New York Post was right there. I mean, talk about great reporting. They were right there filming. They got the video of the agents getting that glove on the side of the road about a mile and a half, I think, from Nancy's house. Don't know what the result of that is, and I'm sure we won't for some time. But then multiple gloves. Fox News was reporting Trace Gallagher out in front of Nancy's house last night that they found a pair of gloves. And now this report that there is a single glove that was found in Nancy's home and that it was sent off for testing. So multiple gloves are being tested. Good. Great. Happy to hear that. Let's hope that the guy who was wearing them, if it was a guy, is in the CODIS system, right? Because what you do is you get the DNA and you put it into CODIS, and if he's got a criminal record, boop, up he comes, and then you can start doing a little bit more gumshoe work, detective work after that. I heard something today that floored me. The former Pima County Sheriff's SWAT commander said that the county itself, Pima County, is the size of Rhode Island and Connecticut combined. Just think about that for a second. Pima County itself, just the county, is the size of Rhode Island and Connecticut combined. So that is a lot of ground to cover, right, for this department, for these officers, and a lot of ground for them to cover as well in this investigation. It's just, I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting it to be that big. To that end, the FBI says since February 1st, which was when Nancy Guthrie was reported missing, the feds have received 13,000 tips. The feds. Remember we heard yesterday, since Feb 1, 18,000 tips have come into the sheriff's department? 13,000 have come into the feds. It's amazing. They also said that every single one of them is assessed. And this is great. I love this because I love the formal language that they use. They said each of these tips is assessed by threat intake examiners. Threat intake examiners. And they do this at the National Threat Operations Center. So it's a big deal. They also said that they've got a 24-hour command post now set up on this case. And I heard that they were going around the clock before. I thought it was just, it was just colloquial, but it's true. They're working 24 hours. So I wanted you to see, I got a lot more for you, but I just wanted to bring you some color from the crime scene and all the reporters who are lined up along the street where Nancy Guthrie lives. And I'm using present tense. Nancy Guthrie lives on that street, and I hope she comes home to that house. And Brian Enton is out there all day in the pounding sun, collecting information, gathering data, talking to sources, interviewing people. And then he stopped down for a bit today to do something for us, just to bring us there. And this is like, I don't know, it's repertorial because when you're transported to the location, suddenly you get a very different feel for what it's like to investigate there, report there, be there. And he did what's called like the ride along. He drove his car and he took us on a ride along to show us Nancy's neighborhood, how complex it is. Imagine how dark it would be at night with no lights, because apparently they've got an agreement that they can't have lights in this neighborhood with the University of Arizona because of some kind of an astronomy research program. But here's Brian Enton's drive around, and I just think it's really enlightening.
Welcome to Wix Harmony. Take the speed of AI and pixel level control to go from words.
And I just don't think people realize we have the drone and you can kind of get a sense of the land. But in terms of getting to Nancy Guthrie's house, these roads are twisty and turny and there's big dips and there's only a couple of ways in and out. This video here kind of gives you an idea of what it looks like when you're driving in here. And I've now been here for almost 2 weeks, and I was thinking about this last night when I was leaving, Nicole. Even when I leave after 2 weeks, I have to put the address to my hotel in my GPS because I can never quite figure out how to get out of the neighborhood. And I've been here every single day and I've been coming and going all day long, which gives you an idea of how confusing and twisty and turny it is in here. And this video really demonstrates that, Nicole. So it makes you think whoever came in here to do this to Nancy, knew where they were going essentially.
Right. What I really liked about that was just imagine how hard it would be to get the ring cams, right? Like those ring cameras for all those houses that he drove by aren't going to see much. Yeah, I mean, in the darkness, a car driving by way down your driveway through the thicket of the scrub, it's going to be really hard to solve this in the way that, the McKee arrest happened. That was all video trailing, right? On the freeways and on the highways and then in the neighborhoods, all those cameras and all those ring cams, those are neighborhoods. They're all close together. There's no trees blocking the ring cams. This is different. This is really different.
Oh, by the way, y'all.
So to that end, the FBI boosted the reward today. They doubled it. It's gone from $50,000 to $100,000. And that, by the way, weirdly enough,
they
that
have his
will generate more
tips.
tips.
That Circle K,
just by boosting the reward. Apparently, it gets people thinking, okay, maybe it's worth it now that I get involved. A lot of people just don't want to get involved. Whatever they know, people are afraid of the police. They're afraid of getting involved. They don't have a duty to report. Americans, you do not have a duty to report. You are not legally bound to report. Morally? Yeah, morally you're legally bound, or morally you're bound, but legally you're not. But $100,000 now. Maybe some people who were a bit apprehensive before, who know something about some guy who's talking about that balaclava, he was talking about that ski mask, or I saw that backpack and that ski mask at my friend's house. I'm not getting involved. Well, maybe now they might, right? $100,000 on the line. Okay, so I want to talk about the significance of the white tent that went up at Nancy Guthrie's front door today. You probably saw that they all showed up, the forensic examiners came up and they erected the white tent at her front door, and then down went the flaps and nobody could see inside what they were doing, but we could see what they brought with them. And that was key because the equipment kind of told the story about the job they were doing, right? And they brought with them a high resolution piece of video equipment. It's called the Ultra Studio 4K Mini. And basically that allows you to record in high definition. Like if you're doing investigations, you can really zero down on something on the ground. I think somebody mentioned that maybe they're doing more testing on the blood. I'm not so sure that might have been it. Maybe. I think maybe they were looking for footprints. I think they were looking to get the footprint of the perpetrator. Because it's dusty in Arizona, right? There's light dust all the time in the desert. And so he may have left these footprints. And now, unfortunately, a lot of people have left footprints as well. Somebody delivered a package, right? Someone delivered a package. Because in the video of the perpetrator, there's no package. And then when Brian Enton goes on Monday evening, there's a package there. So there's a delivery guy. And then there's been reporters, and then there's been police and everything too. But they've maybe started to look for the footprints exactly that they can match up with the video. Maybe. They also took something called a height chart, right? Height board. And it's visible. You can see it. It's a height board. And wouldn't you know it, they were there for an hour, and down went the tent. And not long after that, they came out with a description of the suspect. Better than we've had before. I don't know why it took so long, because we've had that video now for 2 days. I kind of feel like they could have done that right away. But especially when agents went out to her house at 2 a.m. yesterday, I thought, okay, well, all right. So anyway, today we've got this description. And he is, a male, 5'9" to 5'10", with an average build. So the FBI Operational Technology Division is likely the group that put this out, right? Likely the group that did all this. They came with the forensic equipment and did that kind of investigation this morning and then put that information out. John Miller, one of my favorites. He's so smart. He works on CNN. He used to work for ABC. He was a reporter for a long time. Then he worked for, City of New York in counterterror. He called it photogrammetry. I love that word, photogrammetry. Anyway, John Miller, I saw him talking about it today. He said photogrammetry was likely used in order to use that height chart, use the video, and come up with this description of a male, 5'9" to 5'10", with an average build. The interesting thing is the average build, I'm not so sure, because a lot of people have talked about how he looks stuffed, right? His clothes look stuffed. His shirt or his jacket, whatever you want to call it, looks stuffed. That his gloves look stuffed. That his pants look stuffed. Some people even said that his balaclava, ski mask, looked stuffed. I don't think he was that smart. So something just tells me by the way he was operating, he didn't have that much forethought to try to put himself on camera looking bigger than he was. Maybe. It's just something to think about. Something else that was reported today that this stopped me in my tracks. I had to get some candy after this one. Michael Ruiz, again, great reporter for Fox Digital, just great. He reported that a member of the team that went to Nancy's front door and put that white tent up worked on the Koberger case as well. They all come together, don't they?
So people keep asking us, where do you film your podcast? We shoot everything inside Riverside. I record our show in 4K, even though we're 1,000 miles apart because we won't move to New York. And your crappy internet doesn't matter because it records locally on both sides.
What about editing the pod?
Dude, Riverside has this. It's like a little AI video editing app right inside our studio. You can just type what you want and boom! It spits out clips, show notes, titles.
They're FBI, so I don't doubt that happened. But they have this remarkable expertise, and they crisscross the country helping everybody solve their, crimes. But that really floored me when Michael Ruiz recognized one of the FBI members as being from the Koberger case. Let's talk about the backpack, shall we? I have been dying to talk about this all day. When you look at night vision, you always have to think in reverse. So when something appears light, it's usually dark. When something appears dark, it's usually light. And the backpack kind of looked like it was tan in the night vision doorbell cam, but it ain't. It's black. Confirmed by the FBI, it is a black 25-liter Ozark Trail Hiker backpack. You can buy it at Walmart. They're very, very common. I heard somebody today from the Arizona area saying, this is going to be a tough one because this is an area where there's a ton of hiking, Pima County, there's a ton of hiking, a lot of hikers, and a lot of people would be using something like this. And if it's sold at Walmart, there'll be a lot of them. Doesn't mean it's impossible. Doesn't mean it's impossible. Every time you ring one of these babies up, anything in Walmart, there is a code. It is registered. The time, the date, the cashier, everything. Okay? And so they will go and they will ask all the Walmarts in this area to check that particular code on that pack. How many were sold? When were they sold? Let's see the camera, because the cameras are above all of those cashiers. Many a criminal has been caught this way. Anna Walsh's husband, Brian Walsh, was caught buying a bunch of stuff to clean up his mess after he cut her up, after he murdered her. And that's just the most recent one that comes to mind. There was another man in Houston who killed a beautiful realtor. He was seen on, I think it was a Target camera, buying some of the supplies he was using, to cover up his murder. It's like, they're bozos. They're absolute bozos. And thank God for the bozos, because they're easier to catch. Even Brian Koberger, who thought he was so smart with his, PhD work in criminology, was a bozo. Took his own car to his own murder. Fucking idiot. Thank God for that. So, to the backpack story, you probably heard a lot about the other backpack guy today. Everybody was freaking out on the backpack guy. 5 miles away, there's this shady character who kind of looks a little like the guy on, Nancy Guthrie's camera, but his jacket's open. He looks like he's the same build. He's got a black backpack on, but he's carrying a light backpack that really stuffed. Looks just like the one in the night vision. It looks just like the one in the night vision if you don't do the reversing, right? The reversing is that the perpetrator at Nancy Guthrie's home, it looked light because it's black. But in the colorized video, 5 miles down the road, that is a light backpack. And it didn't take long before the authorities knocked down this whole scenario. They cleared him. It ain't him. The timeline didn't work anyway. The pictures that you're seeing is in between the first time at 1:47 a.m. that Nancy Guthrie's cameras were tampered with and disconnected, and 2:12 a.m., which is my next piece of reporting, when these images apparently were captured. So it's a little hard for somebody to drive that far, 5 miles away, and be in between those two. Anyway, that was all knocked down. So if you were all wound up about that today, you can erase that from your memory because that's not part of this crime. Which takes me to TMZ that had this reporting that was like, wait, huh? TMZ said they got a federal source that told them that the images that we saw of this terrifying criminal on Nancy Guthrie's doorbell cam were actually registered at 2:12 a.m. So now I'm like, okay, let me think this one through. So what happened at 1:47? What doorbell cam was disconnected and tampered with at 1:47 a.m.? If that video is at 2:12. My source told me cameras, plural, were smashed. I can assume maybe the back door had a camera as well. And there is this timeline that the sheriff has given us about, activity on these Nest cams. And again, my reporting Tuesday of last week was Nest cams. And now, yes, it is Nest cams. Sheriff wouldn't confirm or deny that they were smashed. Where are you getting that? I'm not confirming that. That's what he said in his press conference. But there's information that came out from Michael Ruiz today that actually does back up that they were smashed. I'll get to that in a second. But let's talk about this 2:12 a.m. So I'm trying to think it through. My source said that the back door was wide open. So did this perpetrator disable a camera in the back at 1:47 a.m.? And this is him coming back around at 2:12 a.m. on these images with his backpack and his gun. Or, and this is where it's a little bit fuzzy because the FBI gave us a batch of images, still shots and video. And one of these things ain't like the other. I talked about it on my podcast last night. One of these things ain't like the other. One of the photos has him without his backpack and without his gun at the front, walking up to the archway, walking up to Nancy's front door. Which one came first? With the backpack and the gun, messing with the camera, or without the backpack and no gun? There's still more video that we need to see, and I think we will eventually be seeing it. I have another theory as well that I saw a commenter on Twitter and I thought, this girl knows what she's talking about. If you look at that video of the perpetrator walking back to the shrubbery and grabbing some of that shrubbery, he grabs it with his fist and it does seem like he kind of tests it to see how strong it is. And he walks back up to the camera, again, fisted. If you're trying to dangle it, you're not using your fist, you're using your hands, but he's fisted. And I actually think what he's doing, I got the idea from the commenter, and I believe her, I agree with her, is that he's trying to use that shrubbery as something he can pull the camera off. He's putting it in behind the little tiny slat that's in between the bracket and the camera, and he's trying to use it to pull it off. And that's why there's all this like ham-fisted activity as opposed to trying to cover up with shrubs the camera. I think that he might have been trying to pull it off that way. But they're hard to pull off and they're hard to get off, and there's very little space in between them, which leads me to my next point. Michael Ruiz reported today in one of his tweets that among the evidence at the front door, small glass fragments. Michael Ruiz from Fox Digital said, among the evidence at the front door, under the doorbell cam, small glass fragments.
Eve to me is basically freedom. It's a giant open universe where you can do whatever you want. You can have really relaxed, slow-paced stuff where you can take it easy. Or you could be on the edge of your seat, shaking, making split-second decisions. This is Eve. You know, it's a crazy universe where anything can happen, and however you want to do it, go for it.
I dare you to let me build you a completely free e-commerce store preloaded with 20 handpicked products that are trending all over the world, basically validated by AI from a trending product database from one of the top vendors on the planet. And the reason that we can do this completely free for you is because, well, Shopify is paying me to do it. You've probably seen me before because for the last year, Shopify has loved the AI-paired software that we built so much that they've been paying me to build people just like you, complete beginners, a completely free store. Now, again, it's free for you, right? Shopify is paying me a commission to do it. And if you don't keep your store for more than 90 days, I don't even get paid. But your store is still free, right? And after 90 days, it's still your store. I don't own a percentage of the store. I don't control the store. It's yours. You can delete products from it, add new products to it, all that good stuff. It's your store, okay? Not only that, I'm going to give you my courses completely free. I'm not going to try to upsell you a bunch of courses. I know you've seen gurus trying to sell courses for $1,000, $2,000, so on and so forth. I can afford to give you my courses for free because, again, Shopify pays me when you use this software and open up a Shopify store. So you get a free store, right? I get a commission from Shopify, and Shopify gets a new merchant to their platform that's being trained by me. It's a win-win-win situation. All you have to do is click here right now. I dare you to do it. I dare you to see if it's free. You're going to go to the next page. You're going to create a free account. You're going to get a free account to our AI software that's going to build you a store in the next 20 minutes is ready to start taking orders. The sales pages are going to be done. The product descriptions are going to be done. The products are going to be uploaded to the store for you, ready to go, ready to start taking orders. The custom theme is going to be uploaded with banners for you. It's going to be ready to go. It's weeks of work and thousands of dollars worth of design done for you, all by AI, completely free. The only thing that you have to do is create your own Shopify account. And again, the reason I'm able to do this for free is because Shopify is paying me. I'm awarded as the most innovative commerce coach in the world by Shopify. Shopify follows me. They like a lot of my ads. And this is something that Shopify is 100% aware of and loves. That's why they're paying me to do it. So you can go pay somebody for a bunch of courses. You can go pay somebody to build you a store, or you can just click here and let our AI software build it for you for free. And you'll have an epic, professional, optimized store ready to go in the next 20 minutes. The choice is yours. But if you want to get started right now, by the person that's awarded as most innovative commerce coach in the world, that's going to give you courses for free, build your store for free, then you got to click here right now. Again, I dare you to do it. I dare you to see it's free. Not a dime's coming out of your pocket for my services. Shopify is paying me to give them to you. Let's go.
What happens when you smash a doorbell cam? Small glass fragments, maybe? I found that very interesting. Maybe he was able to get it off. I don't know. Or maybe he had to smash it off. But it's gone, and he took it. So the glass fragments are left behind. Super fascinating. A couple of other things that happened. Savannah posted again on her Instagram. Just can't imagine what she and her siblings are going through. Just imagine if this is your mom. Just imagine if this is your mom. You don't know what happened to her. You don't know how she is, where she is. You don't know if she's alive or dead. You don't know if she's suffering. You don't know if she's afraid. Savannah posted a really lovely family videos from when she was small with her sister. And the caption read, "Our lovely mom, we will never give up on her. Thank you for your prayers and hope." There's been nothing mentioned about ransom. Nothing mentioned about the family reaching out to people regarding ransom. It seems like they've put that to bed, but TMZ did have a third note today. I mean, it's insane, right? It's becoming a circus at this point. So TMZ turned it over to law enforcement, and they got this third note, and it's from the same person who sent the note yesterday saying, "I have information. I know where Nancy is, and I want 1 Bitcoin to cough up the info," right? 1 Bitcoin's around $66,000, $67,000, depending on the day. And so this third note has come in. So the TMZ gets the first one, the first ransom note with a Bitcoin wallet demanding 4 and then 6 million. Then they get the second one with this guy saying, I have information for sale, right? Then they get this third one, same person. And they're not saying everything. They're not giving out all the information in it, but they did say it's ominous, the language that was used. They said it's the final outreach, that they're angry, they're not being taken seriously. And then later, it's interesting that TMZ said in a TV interview that the language they use is ominous regarding how this is all going to potentially end. But I think this guy's full of shit.
Wow, y'all, I've been over here talking shit this whole entire time and realized I was muted. I am sorry, and I do apologize. Back to our show over here. There's some things that I think that us as just the everyday Joe already knows about this case, or already sees about this case. Something's not right. Don't know what it is, but something's not right.
I think it's just another bullshit parasite trying to capitalize off a tragic situation. My opinion only. I don't have inside information there, but come on. If you're really looking for...
Excuse me, sir. How old were you when you made your first million?
What is this for?
We're trying to get advice for the younger generation.
You know, looking to score bucks. You go to the family for ransom, and you don't send notes to TMZ, selling information.
I can do this.
It's $50,000. Well, it's $100,000 now if you tell the FBI. You can make
I'm giving people their credit where it's due, I guess. There's her link if anyone wants it.
another 30,000, more than the Bitcoin. All right. Something else that the law enforcement was doing today. The FBI was going around and asking all of the neighbors within a 2-mile radius of Nancy and her driveway to look at their Ring cams. Now, this is where it's hinky. Early in the day, the reporting came out that they were just asking for January 11th, 9 till midnight. What? January 11th, 9 to midnight? What the hell happened then? And then it changed. Like just a couple hours later, the ask changed. And the FBI then asked those neighbors within a 2-mile radius of Nancy's home, could they please look at their Ring doorbell cams, their doorbell cams or whatever they've got, their security cameras, starting January 1st, all the way through to February 2nd. Okay. I mean, that's a lot. Also, police look at things with a different eye than we do. They, mere mortals. I'm not sure how what they've instructed them or how they've counseled them to look at the video. Like, what am I looking for? Am I looking for a particular car or a person, and what do I do when I find it? And do I time code it? I mean, that's a lot of video to look at. I don't even know if anybody has that kind of bandwidth in their lives to be able to look at 30 days of video on their ring cams. But that's what they're asking for. And maybe they gave them specific counsel, but we haven't been told anything. But here's the request, the statement that the Pima County Sheriff put out. Investigators are requesting all video footage that includes vehicles, vehicle traffic, people, pedestrians, and anything neighbors deemed out of the ordinary or important to our investigation from Jan 1, 2026 to Feb 2, 2026. That last part is anything neighbors deemed out of the ordinary or important to our investigation. That's the tricky part. But I mean, you got to watch this stuff in real time. And, you guys are good at this. You guys are so good at this. True crime sleuthers are really good at this. You guys see everything. But the average guy out there doesn't maybe see everything in the frame. And so I don't know if they're going to, assign more manpower to put eyeballs on all these people's videos. I don't know. I don't know how they're going to do it, but they're asking for it. 2:00 in the morning, last night, agents are back out at Nancy's house. 2 a.m. February 12th. So, wow, 2 a.m. They really are working around the clock, right? But what are they doing at 2 a.m. that they wouldn't be doing during the day when they got better lighting? Or maybe they just want a lot of reporters to see them. I'm not sure. 2 a.m. they're back. Revisiting the neighbors again. And I should let you know, I didn't realize this at the time, but there's only one way in and one way out of Nancy's neighborhood. And it's so frustrating because in so many other communities we have, street cams that would capture that. I don't know that they have that in this particular area, but one way in, one way out. I mean, it's so frustrating. It should be so much easier, but it just isn't. Somebody mentioned today as well that there's been a lot of traffic going in and out of Nancy's driveway in the last 12 days. And I keep thinking, God, why? Why? We're just now, Michael Ruiz was able to show us video of droplets of blood that went out past the tiled entrance to Nancy's front door and went out on the the pebbled walkway. But what about the driveway? What if there was a blood trail down the driveway and now it's all been driven over and walked over and pizza delivered over and flour delivered over? It's frustrating because while it was annoying that there was so little information in the Idaho case, 1122 King Road was locked down. Nobody was getting within an inch of that place for months and months and months, right? Not the case here. It's very frustrating to think how much evidence could be out there, could be on that driveway that maybe was missed or at least now is compromised or shoved down in the gravel. Also just want to mention something, it's a bit of a non sequitur, but DNA testing doesn't just tell you a who, it also can tell you gender and ethnic background and eye color. So if there's DNA testing going on, then they may be getting closer to something. Better than nothing, right? Even if they don't get some hit in CODIS, and get something out of it. So I wanted to bring up something else that, again, I keep quoting Michael Ruiz because he just does such good work. But Michael talked to a neighbor of Nancy Guthrie's who had an alternate theory as to why the suspect, it's not a suspect, he's a criminal, is looking down as he's walking up the walkway to Nancy's front door. You can see a flash of light right before that ledge. I spoke about this last night on my podcast. I think he knew that step was coming and he was lighting it up. But the neighbor had a really interesting take on that. And the neighbor said that there are a lot of rattlesnakes in this area. And if you're walking around at night, you might very well, if you know this area, be looking down and watching your step. And that might have been why his head was down. Because don't forget, even though it looks light to us, that...
Are you having trouble trying to keep up with your professor? You've got to try Otter. Here's how it works. Let's say I'm in class. I just hit record, and as you can see, everything I'm saying is turning into a transcript as I talk in real time. Because Otter is transcribing everything, I can actually listen to the professor.
That is the darkest place you could possibly be. You wouldn't be able to see your hand in front of your face. The night vision just illuminates it for us. But what that perpetrator would have been seeing was pitch black. So yeah, the step was coming and he did light that up, but his head might have been down, not to avoid the camera, but maybe to watch for rattlesnakes in that area. Just an interesting piece of color. And then I wanted to mention something else because If you watched the podcast yesterday, and I highly recommend you do because I had this amazing conversation with Matt Murphy, who's brilliant and also a homicide prosecutor, right? Former homicide prosecutor, knows a lot about catching bad guys and putting bad guys away, and how the investigation goes. Because in his jurisdiction, they actually worked on scene. Prosecutors didn't just work in the courtroom, they worked on scene, went to the crime scenes. And Matt said he'd be interested to find out what the technology was with a pacemaker reconnecting to an iPhone. Let me walk you through it. Pacemakers don't stop if someone dies. And I'm not saying that Nancy's dead, but if Nancy's dead or alive, her pacemaker's going, right? It's still going. They take years to burn out. So if her phone were brought close to it, it would reconnect. And Matt almost was musing in real time saying, well, what if you did low flights over all these homes? Like, how far is the range? Like, what if it's 100 yards, what if it's 50 yards? Is there any way that you could get her phone and start trying to find a place where it might connect? And so my husband Chris did a little research on that, actually, and he found that the pacemaker disconnect range from its Bluetooth is about 10 to 30 feet. So that's a bit of a dead end. I say bit, but 10 to 30 feet, you're not going to buzz over people's homes, right? But doesn't mean you can't have Nancy's phone on you if you're going to be going into people's homes, right? That's just a sort of an interesting thought. I don't know if the investigators have thought through that. Sometimes I wonder, when all this new technology happens, they have to catch up too, and not everybody all over the country catches up as quickly. I remember during the Chris Watts case, my team at HLN and I were trying to solve it much like we're doing right now. And nightly we would come up with these thoughts about, well, what about the baby monitor? Wouldn't the baby monitor have, some ability to lend wisdom in this case? Because Chris Watts said he saw on the baby monitor, but if he's that far away and it's that big and it's black and white, would he really be able to do it? And I just remember, talking about Apple Watches and when you die and how the Apple Watch will tell you when your heart stops. And it was new. It was sort of newish stuff back then. And I just remember thinking, I wonder how many detectives know this stuff in these different little jurisdictions all over the country. It's not like they have to go to continuing ed. I mean, you hope that they're always doing continuing ed, but technology moves fast, and AI is an extraordinary tool, and I hope they're using it to help solve this particular crime. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Thank you so much for listening. If you're listening, give me a comment. Give me a review. Let me know what you think, good or bad or ugly or otherwise. It really does help a lot, and I always really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone, so much for watching. Thank you for listening. And remember, the truth isn't just serious. It's drop dead serious.
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside. You just need a concept and a way to record it. Here's how it works. First, go to riverside.fm and open an account, and then you'll be able to capture high-quality video and audio from practically
Sorry, y'all.
anywhere
I'm over
in the
here
world.
having
When it comes to editing,
it is getting kind of wonky. Okay, so we're going to go back to YouTube World. I'll be right back. Let me get this set up. Let's see who's live. I know JLR is, and I know he's given us permission. Come on. Quit. But if I don't have to give a view to JLR, I usually don't. I'll go live with Ikamel. Ikamel knows I'm doing it. I already told him yesterday in his chat and in an email.
Out of his mouth, nanos. He said the pool person.
Let's back up though, because we've missed some, and this way he can't get me for, directly restreaming him.
I saw a couple of things where I guess the media had spoken to him, and I think he's kind of like denying all the drama, and he's just saying that they prefer their lab in Florida, which was what they use for all their cases. But I'm gonna have to look into it and read into it more. So in case you missed it, a little recap, which maybe we'll have to recap a couple times today. I probably should. Today's day 13. The FBI released a description of the suspect, which is like the height between 5'9" and 5'10", and the bag that we were already on to a couple days ago. They confirmed the bag, the Ozark Trail Hiker backpack. Also, the reward has doubled So it went from 2,500 to 25,000 to 50,000. And yeah, it's Friday the 13th. Friday the 13th. There was 2 gloves found, at least 2 gloves found. There was kind of confusion. I even saw some people talking about that on Facebook because people just thought there was that one glove found on the side of the road. Apparently, there was a glove found inside of Nancy's house that the sheriff Nanos had sent to Florida. Even though the FBI said we want to process that at Quantico, it's kind of like all this stuff. It's going to be very problematic because if they catch this person and there's a trial, the lawyers are going to have a field day with as many people as just walked up to the scene, as many times as the crime scene has been open and closed, open and closed. It's been a whole mess. Yesterday, too, there was the 2-mile radius that they're asking for people around Nancy's house to please send in videos for any suspicious vehicles or persons. The tip volume has increased and surged to the FBI, 13,000 to 21,000 tips, which is pretty wild. And there was this guy, I think it was a reporter, he had said that like you have to check all the tips because there was this one guy talking about that one of the times on a case that he had, it was one of the last tips towards the end that actually had the tip that solved like the case or whatever. Let's see what else we got here. Okay, and then we're gonna get into the sheriff and the FBI attention. We're gonna touch up on that. That's kind of like the latest updates. And you can see media's out there already with lights on. Everything.
This basically is
lit.
the reports. The main thing is I think a controversy is brewing between the sheriff's office and the FBI. I think the sheriff's going to have to address. He's denying those allegations, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
But man, it's pretty bombshell stuff when you find a glove and then you just don't hand it over to the FBI and you take it to your own. There's reports that there's some ego going on with the sheriff.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go over here because it's light over here. The sheriff is like, he doesn't want to cooperate with the FBI in a sense of the sheriff wants to solve this and he wants to take the full credit for solving it. That's what it seems like. So he's doing things like behind the FBI's back. And with the glove aspect, here's the thing about it: evidentiary things for a Fed case, the feds need that glove. They need that glove that was found inside the home that was the sheriff sent off, because the FBI has to do their own analysis, and even if the guy gets charged in court and everything like that, it's going to have to come through the FBI's investigative ways, how they get and analyze the glove and everything like that. It's just a mess, like in that aspect. They need it back, but we know that the FBI came here days after the fact, and I'll give you some examples. Hold on. I'll give you some examples of how the media puts it out. It's still early for me, but I think it's going to be a big problem, and Nanos is going to have to address that. Or
I saw the poster talking about Bubble. Have you seen photos of Nancy's neighbor on Ring camera? Looks similar to the mask guy. Let me pull up what you're talking about. A lot of that stuff we went through one night, but it was late night. We sat there and we went through the Ring camera, the Ring neighbor camera stuff in the neighborhood. So everybody's talking about this post. We saw that already like 2 days ago, but I guess it's drawing attention because people are saying that.
If anyone has any questions, you guys can ask them and I will answer them the best I can.
That it looks like the guy. This Ring video is from 126. I mean, maybe I should post about it. We can talk about it a little bit. And let me play the video because maybe, I'm sure that night that I got on, it was very late. So I'm sure a lot of people maybe haven't seen it. 123, this was a guy here. And that was that. The person that's tied to whatever happened with Nancy Guthrie, I don't think it's going to be some random dude that his job is every night I'm just going to walk up to random doors and just ring bells and whatever. I don't think that that's what that is in this case, But I still think, of course, this stuff is interesting, maybe pertinent. I think it's going to be stuff that people didn't post to the neighborhood app. That's Bad Bunny. I think it's going to be, and I don't know if you guys know or understand how it works with the Neighbors app. It doesn't just post whatever you capture on your camera. You have to manually go ahead and post it. So like how my camera's capturing things throughout the entire day, it's not just posting that to a live feed for the public to see. I would have to go in there and be like, I want to share this out because, hey, have you guys seen this person? It's suspicious. So I'm wondering about the videos that hasn't been shared out. Vehicles, suspicious vehicles, that kind of stuff. But I don't think, and I could be wrong, just like the other guy, the guy that was trying to climb the gate. I mean, look at the care that and the effort the guy took to cover himself. I don't think beforehand, before going to Nancy's, he went on a 30-day spree of like, let me just knock on doors without a mask or anything. But I think the vehicle, suspicious vehicle, maybe suspicious people walking in the neighborhood, that'd be interesting.
It stinks.
Morning, guys. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome in.
2016, there was an article out that they're referencing. Nanos fires back at FBI for funding allegations. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos is firing back at the FBI for investigating the sheriff's department for overspending. And this was in 2016. This comes after an article published by the Arizona Daily Star says the department spent funds seized in drug investigations on cafe for employees at the sheriff's department headquarters. Am I upset at the FBI? Sheriff Nano says, absolutely.
Yes, I am.
They get by with saying no comment. Who does that in today's world? The sheriff said. Now, he said this back in 2016. Go figure. Sheriff's not speaking about this case. No comment on his part. Nano says he just wants to get his employees a cheap, decent meal. To heck with his preliminary investigation. Why are you doing a preliminary investigation? Sheriff Nano said if the FBI does find anything, his department is willing to cooperate. So, that's some beef going back.
Take what you do best and create a website that's worthy of it. With AI website creation from Wix, every click is an opportunity to shape your brand, fine-tune your design, generate content in seconds, and showcase what you love so others will love it too. It's your business, your website. You do it yourself on Wix. You do.
Crazy.
Oh.
We'll also see.
No, sent you a twatter.
What's going on here? We'll also former
Okay.
sheriff.
We'll check.
Former Sheriff Mark Land, nearby county, starting to feel like this was not a kidnapping. It's more like a crime gone bad.
Nose for this. Got a nose for this. What are you feeling happened here?
You know, initially, Jesse, I thought maybe this was 90+% of these deals involve somebody that's very familiar with the family, the residents, or family themselves, and that's just the way it has to. We look at it. We've got to put feelings aside and really look at things. Then I saw the video and I saw the pictures, and it started to feel a little bit less professional, a little bit more unplanned, and maybe that they went in there for another reason, and things got a little out of hand, or maybe went sideways. And it's starting to feel like this was not a kidnapping, as more, it's looking more like a crime gone bad, and now they're trying to clean up the mess behind them and hopefully not get caught.
Got it.
More like a crime gone bad. Now they're trying to clean up the mess. That's coming from former Sheriff Lamb. Back for another day. Continuous coverage of Nancy Guthrie. JLR investigates on the scene.
Good morning. Hey, Nikki, how you doing? A lot of stuff, man. A lot of stuff. It's early. We're on earlier today. Oh, another thing, guys. Yesterday, the stream was acting kind of wonky towards the middle and end. I think today, if it starts doing that, I'm going to start a fresh stream. It started doing that like at, I don't know how many hours we're into it, towards the evening of the day. Like the super chats weren't going through. I don't know if B12's here this morning. B12 sent me an email or DM me. B12 says she bought memberships and it never showed up. It never sent on YouTube, but they charged her. So send me an email. I'll try to find you a link that you can reach out to them. But yeah, if the stream starts acting wonky, hour 10 or hour 8 or whatever it is, I'll just start a fresh stream. I think it's the better way to go. Yeah, so day 13,
Give me a second, guys.
pretty
I need to say
insane.
something
All
here.
the Sheriff Nanos drama. Oh my gosh. What a mess. I didn't think this was going to be going on this long. Seriously. You know? I mean, it's incredible to think about the resources that they have. And I read something yesterday that Nanos never asked for help. The FBI supposedly reached out to Nanos.
I'll message
and
him on my
offered-
phone. Give me a second. I was going to make a suggestion to him on what the lady who bought the stuff can do. One of them is contact YouTube. And I'm going to go ahead and speed it up just a little. So that way...
help. And he didn't want it, supposedly. And I think they're supposed to, for them to get involved, they're supposed to ask for it. So I don't know. But supposedly the Pima County is the one leading this investigation. FBI is there to assist. Mic check. Okay, good.
Wanting to assist in any way that they can, and they have. You saw last night, Director Patel and the FBI released additional information and photo evidence.
Oh, I'm getting on Rumble. Yeah, I'm setting it up. Setting up Rumble.
Who comes forward,
I was actually working on setting up Rumble right now.
have the FBI tip line, which they are actively working to work through any credible tips that can lead to a closure in this horrific case. Caroline, I know that I believe.
What do you think? I think we have a big bombshell firestorm going right now. Conflict between.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Nanos. We got the comment earlier. It was from said Nanos' Facebook page has turned off comments.
Oh really?
Oh boy, we got
wow.
a bus.
Comments turned off on Facebook. Yeah, actually, I'm not gonna let you talk shit to everybody here the whole fucking time. That's not gonna happen.
Bus coming through.
Okay, let me see here. Getting this ready.
Sheriff Nanos thrown under the bus.
Nanos.
It's a metaphor. Breaking news, school bus. Breaking news. Yeah, we'll see what actually happens today. Welcome aboard, folks. As you know, we're kind of like the boots in the ground on the ground with boots on the ground here for.
I mentioned that yesterday.
Outside Nancy Guthrie's home.
I mentioned that yesterday, but some people were saying, "Oh, Brian Nenton had spoken to again. He had a really interesting conversation." I saw a clip. I think we need to find the whole thing. Let me see if I can actually get that. I think he put out a new episode. I just want to listen to that portion where he had spoken to somebody that was saying the guy just has a huge freaking ego. The Sheriff Nanos. I wonder, was that yesterday's episode?
Hey guys.
Let me see. I saw there was like a clip. He was sitting in a car with somebody. Let me see. Is that this one? No. I gotta find out where that is. I did bookmark a clip though. Hold on a second. Here, I bookmarked this. I don't know which episode this was on.
And it should have been recognized initially that once this is labeled an abduction, get a task force together and bring on the FBI and ask them to take it over.
Why do you think that didn't happen?
Unfortunately, the sheriff, Chris Nanos, has an exorbitant ego, and he, in one case I can think of prior to this one, told the FBI he's the better investigator and he doesn't need their help. And there was a critical case that we needed their help with. This one, in particular, they have far more resources than the sheriff's department has. And it should have been recognized initially that once this is labeled an abduction, get a task force together and bring on the FBI and ask them to take it over.
Why do you think that didn't happen?
Unfortunately, the sheriff, Chris Nanos, has an exorbitant ego. Fortunately, the sheriff, Chris Nanos, has an exorbitant ego, and he, in one case I can think of prior to this one, told the FBI he's the better investigator and he doesn't need their help. And that was a critical case that we needed their help with. This one, in particular, they have far more resources than the sheriff's department has. And it should have been recognized initially that once this is labeled an abduction.
Sorry, guys. I made it. Working on something there. He has a thing against the FBI. He's beefed with the FBI in the past.
I got a can of Black Rifle coffee.
Ooh, Black Rifle. I have Black Rifle coffee too in my cabinet.
Okay. So we're gonna kind of keep it here for a bit.
I think it's Black Rifle.
Elliot and husband only in the current house a few months. Are they in the house for a few months? Teacher salary can't pay. They are being investigated by ICAC crimes against children, and school scrubbed his profile from school website. So Julia Rose, 67, you're talking about, Annie and Tommaso. They bought their home spring of last year. About a year ago, they bought their home, $650,000. She does like writing and jewelry. He's a teacher. They originally had a home that was half its value. They moved up.
She does not do writing and jewelry. She is
a
realtor.
A woman that came out here the other day who claims that she heard from her friend that the entire school is rallying behind Tommaso.
Yes.
However, there's no indication that Tommaso is at school at all. He's on paid leave, administrative leave. Where is Tommaso? She also went on to say that all the parents of the school, now I think she's kind of over-exaggerating everything. She said all the parents of the school are supporting Tommaso. I'm not so sure about that.
They with Tommaso. They ride or die.
Annie and Tommaso were also victims of this case by the wackadoodle who, by the way, that guy that sent the Bitcoin demand that got arrested in Los Angeles, the Kalala guy, he was in court in Tucson. If I knew he was down there, I would have called him. The media called him coming out, but they were all like, nobody really like asked him questions to his face. It's crazy. What's going on here? Somebody came out here and is doing something.
JR and his ignorance about the way investigations work irritates me. People base their perception on how it works on Blue Bloods and other crime dramas and unverified anonymous sources, not reality.
Man, it's going to be a nice, refreshing day. I mean, it's a bad situation, but at least for us, it's going to be much cooler. This is the high today, 60.
Well, the thing is, I get that, but, you know, when there's a vacuum of or empty space, there's no new information, there's no officials, no press conferences.
All right, so one sheriff out
people
here,
speculate,
the house,
have conversations,
media camped out.
give their
flowers, so whole mailbox filled with flowers, ribbons in the yard, ribbons. And here we are.
Good morning, good morning. Oh, if you guys could help me out with the like button, please help me out with the like button on YouTube. Helps out with the algorithm.
Let's go ahead.
You know, let's get the day started early. See what today's gonna bring. Friday the
Go over here and hit
13th.
that love like button for him.
Day 13, right? Friday the 13th, day 13.
So you
The
guys
13th,
can even
right?
see me do it.
Here we are, we're back.
He don't. I'm not pulling any subs from the man, y'all. None whatsoever.
Keep it here for a minute. I'm gonna grab my coffee. I'll be right back.
What today brings? Oh man. Let me get you guys up on the big screen. Felony Friday too. Felony Friday. Listen to the Ashley Banfield episode. She explains why is not a bad thing that Nano sent the glove to Florida. Okay. I'm going to try to find the specific timestamp because some of those videos are long, so I can't play the whole video. I don't think people like me playing like a whole bunch of videos. So I think when we play clips, we got to keep it to the point. So in a little while, once we're settled, I'll look for the timestamp where she talks about the glove. It shouldn't be hard. pretty quick. We'll see. The gray truck. We got to talk about that. I don't know where they got that from. So who mentioned gray truck? That was Nancy Grace, right? Nancy Grace did that?
Yes, Nancy Grace did that, and I still haven't found it yet.
I got to look for two things, I think. I know we got to look for the Nancy Grace. She came out with some type of, she's leading the investigation now. Is that what you're talking about? Because I had heard Nancy Grace said something about. Right? Okay, let's look into that. Now that we're live. I don't know what. Do you have too many subscribers to get hypes? I don't know what hypes is. I've seen people talk about it, and I'll have to look into that too. I don't know how people get hypes. What is hype? You have to turn it on or something? Maybe I have to turn it on. Maybe only select few people get it. Yeah, I see what they're saying. Nancy Grace talked about Teslas in the opening of our show. Oh, no. Did she talk about Tesla? Somebody said something yesterday about a vehicle.
All right, good morning, folks. Still out here. I got a new car. Switched the car. So we went from a Jeep to a Bronco. I'm running around here in a Bronco, 4-wheel drive.
Nice.
We need to go into the mountains, dirt road on standby. So it's always good to have 4-wheel drive Bronco time. I don't know. Kind of like the Jeep, but the Bronco's all right. It's new. It's new and only has 2,000 miles. California plate is.
Let's check this out. So let's
now with more on all of tonight's new details. The host of
Supposedly
Crime
a
Stories
vehicle.
on Fox 1, Nancy Grace. All right, we have both been kind of skirting around the issue. We have talked about it privately. I have told you my FBI sources were very clear to me that local authorities, and I'm not talking about rank and file. I want to be very clear. The leadership did not want them there. There has been a turf war. There has been this feeling of bigfooting, but taking a glove and sending it to a private lab in Florida instead of the FBI headquarters in Quantico, really?
There are cases where DNA is sent to a particular lab, a specialty lab, a lab that could have an expertise in diluted, destroyed, old, degenerated DNA. But even if that's why he's hanging his hat on an excuse to send it to a private lab in Florida, they don't have anything that the FBI doesn't have. So that's not going to wash. And I want to tell you something, Sean. I've tried many DNA cases. I've tried many cases without DNA. You can use up DNA if you have a small amount, which comes from touch DNA. It's not like blood or sperm where you may have a lot of DNA and a very small amount of fluid, but you have a lot of DNA. Touch DNA, no. If there is it hurts me to think of this. If there is a small amount of DNA inside one of those gloves, and it is sent to a lab for testing, that DNA could be used up in the testing. It's very hard to regenerate DNA for testing purposes. So what I'm saying is, if that lab in Florida uses up that touch DNA, it's over. Does he not realize what he is risking? He needs to go back to his basketball game.
Oh, shit.
And let the feds handle this in Quantico. But it's
done. Oh.
It is done. And I can't tell you the difference DNA makes in a case. That's the number one thing right now. Second is the vehicle. Trucks. The feds are looking for trucks. A gray truck in particular. They're asking.
A gray truck. There you go. Look at that. The feds are looking for a gray truck.
Trucks.
You hear that?
The feds are looking for trucks. A gray truck in particular. They're asking everyone within a 2-mile radius to pull video and have they seen a truck? Have they seen a gray truck? And do they own a truck? And do they know somebody that does own a truck? Why did they focus on a truck? Because apparently a truck has been picked up on video surveillance around questionable times. Now, if you look at times at which they
Get a
are
task force.
searching, they're looking at a date back in January, 3 weeks before the incident, and they're looking at the time a day before the incident. One is daytime, one is night. They're looking at surveillance video, and I think they've seen a gray truck surveilling the home in daytime conditions and nighttime conditions. Why do we need the vehicle? Nancy Guthrie was bleeding, and I don't care how much they clean that vehicle, they're not going to get rid of all the blood. A vehicle makes all the difference. Do I have to say Brian Koberger? We know the DNA helped the case, crack the case, but it all started with an ID of an Elantra, and white Elantra, and that went over to WSU, Washington State University in Pullman, their local deputy dog at the campus police. He ran a white Elantra, and Koberger's name came up at the get-go. Then you've got Molly Tibbetts, a young woman, jogging college student. You know how they apprehended that perp? Because of a black Chevy Malibu caught on video. That's how important this gray truck is tonight. That and the DNA are what we need to focus on. We've got a physical description. It's loose. A guy, 5'9", 5'10", 5'11", dark hair, did have a mustache, did have facial hair, probably not anymore. But it's the DNA that will carry the day. And another thing, why I think they were looking at Carlos Palazuelos, I believe what you and I talked about on night one, Sean, CAST, Cellular Analysis Survey Team, I think they picked up Palazuelos' cell phone in and out of that neighborhood, identified him, and then swooped in and got him. So they are working the phone angle. I know that for a fact.
Well, I know without the FBI there, they never would have gotten that videotape. And the Peabody County Sheriff even said early on in a press conference that they would not have no access to any videotapes. He did say that. I hate this turf war thing. The glove seems to be the main thing. Do you remember early on, there was one neighbor that reported that in the days leading up to this abduction, that there was a white truck, white, gray, I don't know, different, but maybe close enough, that had been on the street, which seemed out of place. Maybe we go back to that point and maybe we find that white truck.
Well,
writing a book is hard. Knowing if it's good, even harder. Meet manuscript analysis. It gives actionable feedback on plot, characters, setting, and more. With suggestions prioritized for impact. Ready in minutes and works wherever you write. Our users love it. Try manuscript analysis today.
Sorry, y'all.
I just got my laptop for my degree at Maestro. I'm so excited.
Over here having another
But what's
conversation with
really
someone else.
amazing, how intuitive.
That had been on the street, which seemed out of place.
He is the father
maybe we go
of
back to
Gabby
that point.
Petito. As you guys
Sorry.
know,
Where's that point?
Gabby was missing for nearly a month before her case was solved. Joe, thanks so much for joining the program.
Sorry, I had the article open. So if it's a gray, black, blue, red, you'd be on the look truck. Might as well, yeah. So she's saying gray or white. So neighbors mentioned. Oh, so supposedly neighbors mentioned possible gray truck or sometimes described as white gray van. That's why she's saying that. Okay. That's interesting. I don't want this to start playing. So thank you for bringing that up. That vehicle, I was wondering about that yesterday. I saw like a tiny post and never looked back into it. She's claiming, their sources are saying they're looking for some kind of vehicle like that, gray or white truck.
White or Hispanic? What do you think?
Well, they put a Houston Chronicle put out like a Hispanic looking dude.
Didn't Nancy know this guy? So what do you think? White, Middle Eastern? I've seen
Hispanic.
Mexican. What do you think?
I think he's Hispanic.
Is it Carlos?
I don't know about
Carlos looked shorter than 5'9", 5'10". And when I went down there and saw Carlos on his doorstep, Carlos looked like he was like 5'7". He was short. Carlos was short. To me, it's like not Carlos. Italian. Some people say Italian. Italian. Who's Italian?
Good morning, guys.
Italian.
No. Not Italian.
Some people say Mexican. Italian.
Italiano.
White. Guatemala. If anything was taken, here's the thing. Here's the thing. For the last year, we have covered numerous transnational burglary rings, and some of these people. Let me. Later, I'll get the images of. Where's that guy running out there filming? Later, I'll get the images of some of these suspects caught on videotapes robbing high, affluent people, athletes robbing their homes, and they would come in these like all these types of outfits, similar to kind of like what the person looks like here, backpacks, all types of gear on them, and they're burglary ring. There's transnational burglary ring, a lot from Peru, Guatemala. Many has been getting caught, but they're just targeting rich people all around the country. Could that be the case here? Could that be the case? But
he is the father of Gabby Petito.
Those ones steal things when people are not home. Republic. So the garbage company around here is Republic. Did any evidence get thrown in the trash anywhere? Republic. Over there at Tomaso's, it's Waste Management. What do we got here? But this was not a robbery. That's what Mark says. Exactly, and that's my point. This was not a robbery. This was not a robbery. Unless Nancy caught them in the act.
Gone wrong. Some people's theories.
You're exactly right, Mark. That's why I don't think it's a transnational gang but did Nancy somehow wake up in the middle of the night onto a man or two men or whatever, fiddling through her stuff, and then we got a witness here. But would somebody go to the extreme to kidnap somebody, take them out of their home? Wouldn't they just, not to be graphic, but just shoot her and kill her there in her own house and leave? Why take somebody out of the house? Plus, really, we don't really necessarily know publicly what authorities found inside the house. We know that there was blood on the doorstep.
Yeah, I wonder if there's blood inside.
The front door, but you to me, it doesn't feel like a robbery, because nothing was taken. I mean, it would have been shared. Something was taken. Robbery. Go in there, and usually they take jewelry, try to find a safe, cash, things that they can just get within a pillowcase, backpack, pillowcase type stuff that they can resell, black market,
Sorry, y'all.
whatever.
Yes, I do have permission to restreaming. I am listening to him a little bit.
Doesn't appear to be a robbery. Transnational gangs do the robberies when people aren't home. And they scout out and see when these people aren't home. Though there has been a couple in Florida with the transnational gangs where they would go in the house when homeowners are there. One of them got killed.
After the suspect, is that the one from the Houston Chronicle?
In his own home.
I'll show it to everybody in case they haven't seen it. Was
The guy and his wife were there. It was just, he just shot him. The homeowner shot him dead. The statistics, as you hear, 90% of the time, family involved in this type of thing. I saw the statistics, that's circulating online. It's like 99% of kidnappings are by somebody known. It's 1% is by a stranger, a total stranger, like 1%. 1%. The odds of this being a stranger are very slim to none. Look what they were doing around Annie and Tommaso's home. Thing is,
do we have a timeline of
I don't
who
think Tommaso was
called
the person on that footage. However,
when? Was it the
who are
church
Tommaso's
friends,
associates?
police?
Who are his associates? There a conspiracy? Was there a plan?
It was the church friends that called. She had a church group. She didn't go to church, but they used to meet up at these each other's houses, I guess. And a couple of them would watch the church service from home together. And she didn't show up that day, so they called the police.
To do this, or Tommaso's friend, or some associate of Tommaso and Annie, somebody connected to Tommaso and Annie did this. I think that's the route. I personally think that's it right now, until subject to change, of course. But it's someone in a network with them, but not them themselves. Obviously, right? They have alibis. Fed come home. It's not me. Look, I'm here. I dropped her off. I'm here. I'm back at my house. I'm here. But somebody else.
He'll
in that
call Mark Kelly. I think he said
for whatever reasons. Oh yeah, my mother-in-law.
He's publicly
My mother,
acknowledged that, I
Tomas, was
think.
saying, oh, my mother-in-law got money, man. She's doing. You know, I don't know, but that's where I'm leaning it towards. Someone on their end, someone close to them, or someone hired something on their end. Again, speculation. I don't want to say it as fact. Only because of what I've seen here with them being over there. Why would you search over there by Annie's home?
Nancy Grace.
But we shall see where they go next. My gut feeling is that the scene was staged, unfortunately. I think it's a recovery. You know, Tomaso's a teacher. I have some level of education to be a teacher, right? Teacher, education. There's people out there that can concoct schemes, right? Stage it, make it appear. But who's on the surveillance there? I mean, that's crazy. If you stage it, why are you going to even bring someone to the scene there looking like that? I don't know. Again, you know, some people feel Tomaso is innocent, you know, and some people in the chat are saying, how dare you say he did it? There's no proof. There's no evidence. We don't know what they have, and you might be right. We don't know if there's any proof, evidence, whatever that points to Tomaso, but we can discuss what has been done in this case. And what has been done is things at their home. It appears consent. I don't know about both party consent. Annie
Good morning.
Annie could be totally blinded by, you know, this could be all Tomaso's making, and Annie's in the dark about it. It's a possible scenario too. I mean, people assume, well, Tomaso and Annie's in on it together. Maybe it's just Tomaso. Maybe it's just Annie. I don't know. As discussed, by law, consent to search a property only is required by one person. If multiple people own a property, the consent is only by one person. The only way a consent can be null and voided if both parties are at the property and one denies while they're there at the property. They deny going in. No. If one says yes and the other person says no while they're there, then the no supersedes the yes. But if they're not there at the property, then all it takes is one person to consent to go in there. We don't know if Annie and Tomaso are together. We don't know where Tomaso is.
That's what I was wondering. Well,
Tomaso's like been just
are they married or separated?
I mean, the last guy to drop her off in the timeline that has been presented in front of us. But you know, we've learned different things as it comes. You know, we hear certain people dropped her off, and then now it's just a family, and then a lot of other things with Nancy in the church. Originally, the sheriff said she went to church. She didn't go to church.
Oh, but they figured that out.
To watch
It was
church
friends
online.
outside. I think that was like a misunderstanding, that whole church thing.
I mean, for days we're wondering, how the heck did she get to church?
Right. She didn't even go to church.
They went in there, took evidence out of that house. They came out with boxes. They went in there, Celebrate, digital. The ICAC, the Internet Crimes Against Children, were there. They're going around neighbors, looking in drainage pipes, looking in RVs. I seen it, going through the terrain, going in people's homes, in that area, in their neighborhood, almost 3 blocks away.
Annie and Tomaso are in a hotel hiding from you crazy ass people. Probably.
That neighborhood. That neighborhood has nothing to do with this neighborhood. Nancy was taken from this neighborhood. Why are they going in that neighborhood? Feds. Explain to me. If Tomaso and Annie, if they don't think they had anything to do with it, why are they going door to door in their neighborhood? So many comments are coming on. I'm not seeing all of them.
So let's talk about this vehicle thing. I just played the clip with Nancy Grace. She went on Sean Hannity, and she's saying that there is a gray or whitish looking vehicle that's a vehicle that police are interested in. That's what she's claiming. And that's where they're asking a bunch of people, what kind of car do you drive? Detectives have come twice and asked us.
Eve to me is basically freedom. It's a giant open universe where you can do whatever you want. You can have really relaxed, slow-paced stuff where you can take it easy. Or you could be on the edge of your seat, shaking, making split-second decisions. This is Eve. You know, it's a crazy universe where anything can happen, and however you want to do it.
Blue, or it looks like blue. It looked bluish to me. I don't know. A Subaru or Forester that was towed. Tommaso and Annie were seen driving a blue Honda CRV. I wonder if that's their only vehicle. That was according to the neighbors. And then Cameron was seen driving a white Toyota Camry. And then supposedly neighbors had also mentioned a gray truck in the area, though no make or model or license plate has been provided.
And it does look like there's trails over there and everything like that. Maybe
they said it was lingering for days, really.
Because maybe the suspect left here, shot out to Campbell, started shooting down south, threw the glove out the window, the side of the road on Campbell, shot down to that area. She's got to be somewhere. She got to be somewhere, you know. And it dumped by the river. Maybe we'll take a walk down. Maybe we'll go down there later. We'll go check out. Maybe we'll go. Just look and scour the area. But authorities further north at Campbell and Skyline asking for surveillance in that area, 2-mile radius. So
early morning.
Bat Bridge.
Is there any more information on the mask? Thank you for the 5. No.
Yeah, I'm going to go there in a little bit.
I've heard nothing else on the mask. I've heard people provide different possible locations than the one that was mentioned from the scanner, because the scanner points to a location 2.5 hours away, but somebody was saying that scanner wouldn't have been for the city of Tucson or whatever. They think that the person somehow maybe mispronounced it, so people have guessed where that person was possibly talking about. Let me show you this map real quick. Did I save the map? I thought I saved it. Thought I saved the map. Oh, yeah. Google Earth. So the ski mask, the location that was said on the scanner was someplace far away. I don't remember the place, Io or something. I was like, there's no way that's involved. But there's other locations that people have guessed that maybe they just mispronounced it, and it could be these two areas. But I've heard nothing like that. Well, supposedly it was claims that it was collected, but I don't know if that's true or not. I have seen no like official acknowledgement besides us hearing the audio on the scanner that a lady found a mask and thought it belonged. That it looks similar to the kidnappers. This is the 2-mile radius. This was from yesterday. The 2-mile radius. Law enforcement is asking for people to send them tips, send videos if you see any suspicious vehicles, persons, basically from the whole month of January to up to February to where she went missing. So this 2-mile radius is a lot. So there's people, that have these Ring cameras or whatever camera it is, Ring, Nest, and they're paying their subscription. They would have to literally go back manually and start looking. I mean, that's probably could take you hours. I mean, depending on how much activity you have outside of your house, you're going to have to go back. They want people to go back and start scanning to see if they find anything. And now this is where the gloves were found. Nancy's house here. And the gloves were found down here, down this road here. Annie and Tommaso's Circle K, which, people have said, the Circle K is close to the Annie and Tommaso's house, Oh, there's 2 Circle Ks. Circle K, there's 3 Circle K, 3 different locations. So
we're going soon.
They said truck. We'll see if we get more information about that.
Campbell Bat Bridge. Thanks for the tip.
This white mysterious truck.
We'll go check out that Campbell Bat Bridge.
Bond, I feel like the addresses you sent me, I was a little confused by them. I don't know if it's correct.
JLR, why don't you have any mods? We're free flowing it.
Free flowing, baby.
A particular person you don't like, you can go there and press the mod button.
And
our chat is lit.
I thought about this morning. I saw Elon Musk tweet this, and it made me think about the chat because people ask me too about mods and stuff. The mod stuff, more mods, more problem. More money is more problems. I'd rather not, honestly. For now, it's just I'd rather not have mods. And if I have to, occasionally I'll go in there and I'll block somebody if they're really like messing and taking away from the chat or whatever, or spamming or whatever. Elon Musk. Somebody said Twitter is such a goated app. It feels like a psych ward with no staff. Like, oh shit. Do we know how the dog died a few months prior? The dog died. What? Maybe this person poisoned the dog. The dog died a few months back. I don't know about that.
Mount Lemon, all the way up to Mount Lemon.
To look into that.
At one point, I think we're going to go up there. I don't know going through the Catalina Hills Parkway if we'll lose reception. But once you get up top of Mount Lemon, it's 5G up there. We can literally climb the top of the mountain. We can drive to it, and then you just have to get out of your vehicle and go up a little bit. We can go to the top of the mountain. We could try it. We'll do it. We'll do it this weekend. If Nancy's not found, we'll go this weekend. We'll go, what's tomorrow, Saturday? Or Sunday, we'll go on top of Mount Lemon.
Ooh.
With time sentence, law enforcement has to have information on car plates in and out of that area. The nighttime. I think the nighttime is hindering them. Nighttime. But every car and vehicle has some sort of digital footprints, particularly new cars, all types of things. Like most new cars are installed with Sirius satellite radio, OnStar, XM radio, different little key things that the automotive has that can track things and everything like that. But could the feds have a capability of like doing similar to like geofencing and CAST? Can they do that with vehicles? Newer vehicles, newer model vehicles, and determine what new vehicles or what vehicles are in a certain area? Do they have that technology to do that? I would think you do, in a sense. Because these newer cars from like 2015 on, man, they know where you're at all times in that vehicle.
Yeah. Thank you for all the emails. The rink video I just showed everybody. Everybody's now talking about this video. And like I said, the other night we went through this. I don't mind just recapping real quick, but there was one night we came on super late after everybody got off, and we went and looked through the videos. And so people are now just kind of catching up and going through the publicly available videos. So they think he looks similar, I guess, or something. Thank you for that email. Let's see. Yeah, I got like 4 emails about this. They're saying, well, maybe the eyebrows. I don't know. Maybe the eyebrows look kind of. Many people are talking about this. I don't know that this person that did this to Nancy is just somebody. I mean, it could be, I guess, roaming the neighborhoods, going up to different cameras and decided, you know what, for Nancy's though, this time I'm going to get dressed up and put on this mask and gloves and, my little flashlight stuff and sophisticated and turn up, But that's what everybody's kind of talking about right now, in case you missed it. There's that. Let me see my other emails here. Car chase. Oh, there was a car chase last night. I'll tell you, I was awake, but I was already getting ready to go to bed. I didn't get out of bed, man, because I was like, I'm not going to waste my time when I could sleep and get the energy for today because we're going to be on all day. And I know that most of those chases, most of the time now, are a waste of time. And that's what that turned out to be. It was like a gang thing. I think they had guns, but I think like 10 minutes later or something, it was over. I'm not going to waste, Okay. I'm looking through all the emails right now.
There's not many people out, even around here. Even in Florida, where I'm at, in Florida. I mean, it is congested as can be during the daytime. But as soon as it hits 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night to 5, 6 a.m., no one's out there. Nobody knows anything. The sheriff is a bum, David says. Get that $100,000 reward, JLR, and bring Nancy home. $100,000 reward would be donated. If we find Nancy, it would be donated to all positive causes. I don't want a dime. We'll donate it.
Oh, that's kind of dope.
All to positive causes.
So this lady apparently is the one that put out the. Thank you for the emails on this. We did talk about this yesterday, but it's still interesting and relevant. This is the actual artist that did this, Louise Gibson. I guess at the parts of face covered with a ski mask on this Nancy Guthrie kidnapping suspect. I used surveillance photos shown. I spent 43 years at the job trying to help detectives with similar photos. Only thing somewhat sure are eyes and parts of lips and mustache. I'll take a hit if I'm drastically wrong. Don't credit.
Wix gives you the power of AI to build the website you need. With full business functions.
What do you guys think about that? And she is a part of like the Houston Chronicle, apparently. At this point,
If you guys want to say something or comment, I would be more than glad. I don't think it's the daughter and son-in-law, Joseph. Honestly, I think it's a neighbor. Me and my friend Ed from Unfound talked about it last night on my channel, and we both agree it's one of the neighbors. But what's sad is all this 24/7 news is just giving this guy tips. And unfortunately, I've been part of it, but I'm also trying to get my views up on my channel and stuff. So, and for some reason, you guys are enjoying it and watching it and commenting. And I still see a piece of a mustache, and I still see what looks like it could be a goatee. But I think the dude's Hispanic.
So, I mean, the only thing you could visibly see again, yeah, is the eyebrows, is the little mustache thing at the top. But everything else really is kind of a guess. But I know she's experienced in it, but just kind of filling in the gaps like AI, you know. But still, it's cool.
Might not have been this far where we're at. Well, let's hope she's found, but I didn't like it when the Brown University, when that shooter got caught and the local authorities there are having some sort of press conference there and they're all patting each other on the back and congratulating each other like it's some sort of celebration and stuff. Like they did great things in that case.
Loie Gibson isn't just an artist.
She's just like a sloppy.
She's a woman who has pencil put more than 1,200 criminals behind bars. Wow. Her career is one of the most unusual combinations of art, memory, trauma, and justice in modern American criminal history. That's interesting. She became known for producing forensic composites so accurate that prosecutors compare them to photographs. That's interesting. Damn. Well, she's the real deal then. Oh, okay.
It's so cold right now. Literally, it's like it's hoodie time. This is like hoodie time. Hoodie. Kind of cold out here. It's like 60. It's much different. I prefer this than it was yesterday and the day before. Because yesterday, the day before, it was literally like 80 degrees and the equipment gets hot and everything like that. This is cool. This is cool. We just drink coffee. It'll be cool. Cool.
See what they're talking about.
Sweatpants too. Look, we're running sweats. Just to let you know. Sweat. Sweatpants day. Trademark. Red and black. All right, so yeah, that's what we're going to do this morning in a bit. We're going to go down to the bridge down the road, the bottom of the Catalina foothills. And then we'll also look around that intersection just to prove a point that there's cameras there too, just like we went up the intersection.
Yes, I lose everything. I'm about to die.
Guys, help me out with the like button too, please.
I've already hit your like button, sir.
Hey, I need you all to do me a favor too, please.
I normally do that while I'm on, so that way people can see me do it.
How come no one talks about the other guy in the nest photo video? Are you talking about the one? Which one are you talking about? The one that people were talking about, the one from yesterday all day long. They said he was cleared. You're talking about this guy? He was cleared yesterday. Now, I had heard people say that Harvey supposedly went on Hannity's and said, "Oh, but that's not what my sources tell me." But they cleared this guy. If that's the one you're talking about. Thank you guys. Thank you for hitting the like, please.
Sheriff sent the glove to be analyzed at a private lab in Florida instead of leaving it with the FBI.
And I also put their
link.
link
Like the sheriff wants to solve
in
the
my
case. And he's like, I'm gonna solve it before the FBI.
we might go over to JLR's in a little bit.
But here's the thing about it: is the FBI needs to do it. They need that glove for them to do it.
So I can drop his link.
Private lab. I do think though DNA was probably sent to a private lab in reference to this case. Othram. Jeep girl. I changed my Jeep to a Ford. Thank you. Changed the Jeep to a Ford Bronco.
Yeah, I can look into that. There's a really good article explaining that mystery. Give me 1 second.
Othram, though, they're tight. They solve cases. Othram, IGG, investigative genetic genealogy.
Still trying to get a hold of my mother-in-law to have her drive down that way and
they solve a lot of
see
cold
if she can
cases.
show us firsthand what it looks
They do those
like.
things to cross-reference it with those genealogy sites, 23andMe and those things, those different
my
sites
friend
that people
Rich,
submit
and
their
yeah,
DNA
I
to
was
try to
right. It's kind
ancestor
of in the same
type things.
neighborhood that
Sites.
we were
The
in.
way they were able to get the data,
our
even though
apartments.
that
It
she
is a
wasn't paying a
rare
subscription and it seems like
neighborhood.
the
I
camera's missing
mean,
itself, they found
10 years ago,
residual
my
data in the
apartment
back end system. And this is what we talked about
ran
yesterday, that some of the
me.
people are criticizing, like, oh, but what about our privacy? And like, they're always recording and having stuff in their database and all that stuff. And so some of the modern Nest doorbells, some have
$1,000 a month, but
on-device
that
level
also
storage
included
that
the
holds short
utilities at
clips even if the
least.
Wi-Fi power is cut off. Even without a subscription, tiny fragments of buffered event data might linger in Google's cloud backend as temporary, residual, unorganized data. And so it says forensic tools and Google's cooperation allowed extraction and reassembly of this data, described as difficult, needle in the haystack, but possible because it wasn't fully deleted from the servers. So
That guy, him. He's like a freelancer for the Associated Press. Him, right there. He carries all that, and it just goes. And when the FBI's doing their road searches, and he's just following them, and then he plants a tripod, folds it up, and starts following the FBI. It's that's hard to.
Hey, Camille, do you have a VPN? I signed up for Nextdoor in her area to see if there are any contractors. That's interesting. Any contractors, video clips, anything, but they make you verify your area. Oh, I have a VPN for just the browser, one of my browsers. I don't use it as a whole because I'm streaming. I don't want to have to go through a VPN, which I kind of am using a tunnel in a way because of my connection. But no, I don't use VPN like that. I mean, with the neighbors thing, you can just change your location. But yeah, some apps want you to actually verify your location, and that's where that would be beneficial. That's actually an interesting idea that you're doing there, yeah.
Starlink will burn out really, really quick. You probably only could do like an hour before it burns out. Or you need to plug it into your car in the battery or in your cigarette lighter converter. Starlink is good if you're here, like these guys here. They're all like live view and everything like that, but they're stay put.
Oh, if you start moving,
They can't just jump up and do what we're doing here. You need a cell phone. They just can't do it. So you have to have a choice. You have to decide what you want to do. You want a Starlink and just plant yourself here, live view, not move. You can get the mobile live view, backpack heavy stuff, or just cell phone camera, and just go with it. And then what's cool about the difference between us and mainstream media is we can speculate all day and say names. They can't. They're not allowed. They can't just sit there and say Tommaso. They're forbidden literally from saying Tommaso or any names. They can't do it. Can't do it because they just can't do it. We can. We say whatever we want to say. It's free speech. There he is. See, AP guy. He's out there taking pictures. Look, right here. That guy. He's running around.
Oh, that's from AP. Okay.
He's good. I like this guy.
Awesome.
He's good. Good morning. We just gave you a shout out. So you're a beast, man. You're always running around doing your thing, man. He's laughing.
Hustling.
He just gave me the peace sign.
It's kind of straight. There's still some connection, like slight buffers throughout the day, but it's nothing like
right now. He's
as
running
bad
that
as
way. I don't know where
Comcast.
he's going. He's going to take pictures. He's a pro. He got cameras and everything like that, man. AP sends it their people on these things. All right, what do we got here? The reason I said MFH is if a family member stands to benefit from her being gone in a will, that is motive. Or kidnapping for money, or MFH, a cover-up would stage kidnapping to give them time to escape. See, wills, power of attorneys, financial decisions, authorized users, who benefits from Nancy's death? Who benefits the most from Nancy's death? This has to be financial, as what happened to her, as a motive. I'm leaning towards financial, something financial. You just don't want to sit there and do something bad to an 84-year-old elderly woman for your fun of it and for kicks. It has to be financially, something financially with this, or a witness to something. That's the only two conclusions I have of why somebody would do this to Nancy Guthrie in this situation. Financial, or she knows something. She knows too much of something. That's it. And
Interesting.
when I say
Let's
financial, it can trickle
take a
on
look at
to
that.
maybe who Savannah is. Somebody did it because of Savannah. They want to get back at Savannah. For what it could be that. Could be that too. More of a revenge. Torture the family. But I would say financial. That would be me, the number one motive for this situation. Financial. Money. But who benefits? Who benefits? Who gets her money if something bad happens to her? Life insurance policy.
Yep.
Who gets something? East Tennessee in the house. MASN,
No.
East Tennessee. We love Tennessee.
Mel would love for you to address the fact that the suspect's eyebrows are not showing. It's the shadow on his baklava. Let's
What?
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app with Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible. Nina can't code.
Interesting. Can it generate reports?
I can now.
Nice.
So you're saying we can all build apps now?
Yeah.
Follow the money. See, Carol, that's right, Carol? We have talked about that. Me and my friend Edward yesterday. And I agree. The money is going to be lead. I mean, me and my friend Mama Bear discussed also the fact that who isn't going to try to give the money to whoever has their mother, supposedly, just to see where that goes to. You know, I'm sorry. I think at this point, if Annie and Savannah aren't fighting, Savannah doesn't suspect her mother or her sister. And we need to leave it that way. Or the son-in-law. But you also go back to the CPS thing. Adult Protective Services was there. So I
think it's partially covered, at least, in the very least, partially covered. People are saying now too that this is a tattoo. They're seeing tattoos on his arm. The news channels are reporting this. It's like a tattoo people believe he has. Let's see when he comes back. Come back? Or is it the other video? It's the other video. Hey, where's he at? Yeah. His eyebrows are partially covered at the least. Somebody said eyeliner. Maybe it's eyeliner. Balaclava? That's what they call that shit? I thought it was baklava. Balaclava. That's just weird. Okay. School bus.
Oh, and I feel bad for that school bus. I wish I didn't put down that road to make news and media.
You know how you can always tell if someone's friendly? Just wave. And she waved. I waved.
Some people don't wave. They'll say
That's
hi.
the news.
You can say hi. Somebody say hi.
So a lot of
Say
times
hi.
out here, people drive by, you just wave. And then you can tell if they're like with this or with not. If they wave, then they're like, this is cool. It doesn't bother them. But if they just like hold their hands on the steering wheel and just stare when you wave, that means they don't like the situation out here. Or maybe they're not paying attention, but you wave. You wave, they wave back. A lot of neighbors, most of the neighbors around here wave. Most of the neighbors that drive by wave. Tampa, Florida in the house. Cynthia Black. Hey, how's it in Tampa? Miss Tampa. Tampa. Lachey says, Nancy had work completed at her home in January by an electrical company. Yes, correct. Poche LLC, or is that Poche LLC, a 200 amp solar panel needing
solar panel
replacement.
thing, yeah.
The two contacts for the company are Brissa Soto and Rafael Arias. I sent you the photos in Messenger. Authorities say, we heard Nano say that everybody that has been doing stuff with this property will be spoken to. Everybody. Everybody on this property that has done work, whether it's the pool person. He specifically said 3 names out of his mouth, nanos. He said the pool person, he said the Uber driver, and he said the gardener. I heard him say the gardener. Who else? Electrical contractors, landscapers. What about the home healthcare person?
But here's my thing. I got to pause.
Everybody's talking.
The home healthcare person there in Tucson has to be fingerprinted. And your fingerprints go on record there. How I know this is because I personally, my God, that looks like my ex. I personally was a home health care nurse there, or aide, whatever you want to call me, there in Tucson. Now I'm looking at landscapers, the pool person, housekeepers, stuff like that, not home health.
The ice never die. Same body frame too? Yeah, for real.
Let's see some of the new reports. According to Matt Finn, Fox News, the Pima County Sheriff says quite a number of gloves were found in the Nancy Guthrie investigation. We don't know the true value of these gloves. Nanos told
I'll show it again,
KVOA
I have the full video.
Thursday night. Quite a number of gloves. Well, 1 glove in the house, that's being reported. The 2 gloves on the side of the road, that's 3 gloves. Quite a number of gloves, but he doesn't know the true value of the gloves. What's the true value of the gloves? But if it's true that 2 gloves are found on the side of the road and 1 inside, that's 3 gloves.
There's a part 2
What
when
the
he
yellow
stands
school
up.
buses and the colored fire hydrants in America. I thought it was only on the Simpsons show thing. Mark says. Where are you from, Mark? I see A. Are you from Australia?
Okay. Let me see. Can I download this video so I can play it in slow motion for you guys?
On the side. I'm on the side property here, on the road here. Nancy Guthrie, back at her house there. Sheriff is there.
Or maybe just record it.
Let
me do that. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna record it here. Boom, 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 boom. Everybody's talking about it, so we might as well kind of, I guess, talk about it.
Yeah.
Talk about it. Give them what they want.
Because, I mean, if everyone else is doing it, we might as well do,
People
right?
believe the significance to it.
And if you're new to my channel, please hit that like
All right, so I'm
blood
not gonna talk
button.
here. Let me see. Make this
And if you're not following, give me a follow. I have a live interview next Thursday with the mother of a missing child. Oh, young man. We'll just say that because he is autistic. And the reason why I keep calling him a child is because the mom said he's 24 physically when he went missing, but mentally he was 16.
I guess it just pauses there. Like it's still, the video's still longer, but it's a still frame, I guess. The internet's got a new one. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Good morning, good morning. Morning, how you guys doing?
Anymore today about overheating. So we can play the camera pretty much everywhere we want. No worries about overheating, so that's good. Great job, Di, EY, Aid.
So look at the details too, that guy.
It's hard to pronounce. We'll say Die 29.
That guy.
Thank you.
I'll tell you. I think he's 6 miles from Nancy's house.
DNA inside the gloves, maybe.
It was on the
maybe not.
23rd.
I don't know. Doesn't. If you put something, you put gloves on, you get the skin, right? Skin, fingerprints inside, DNA, maybe a nail. You know, somebody might have done something with their gloves and might have pricked something, some blood inside there. I mean, you got gloves, wear gloves, DNA, skin fragments, different things like that. Whoever wore those gloves, whoever wore those black gloves, whether the one inside the house or the 2 ones found on the side of the road, someone's DNA is on it.
The next victim.
Is anyone at the house right now? Just this one sheriff. Here, we'll go for a walk. Let's go for a walk. Continue to share what's going on.
That's huge.
Looks like some rain is coming in. Look at the sky. Whoa, much different sky today. than it was yesterday. Yesterday, the sun would start to come up. The only one that's at the house is the sheriff there, the one that's parked out there. This is not unusual. This is just make sure nobody goes on the property. One thing I noticed though, look at the bottom of the door. I saw these like markings at the bottom of the door there. If you can see them, there's like these like 2 dots. Do you see that? Now, days ago, I did not see those 2 dots, so that could have been something the feds did with the tent. There's 2 dots there, so
maybe we find that white.
Also, it appears possibly the mount to the Ring camera has been taken, and they came yesterday with that tape measure indicating that they were trying to estimate the height of the kidnapper. And because later on, after they came back from this house with the tent, then they...
So people keep asking us, where do you film your podcast? We shoot everything inside Riverside. I record our show in 4K, even though we're 1,000 miles apart because you won't move to New York. And your crappy internet doesn't matter because it records locally on both sides. What about editing the pod? Dude, Riverside has this. It's like a little AI video editing elf right inside our studio. You can just type what you want and boom! It spits out clips, show notes, title suggestions, and thumbnails.
So we just hang and talk nonsense and it does the hard part?
Exactly.
Before Zeffy, we were fundraising to survive, and now we're fundraising to grow. We had a bunch of Google Sheets. We had some stuff here on Drive. It was just kind of a blunder. Once we got onto Zeffy, the ease of use and just clean interface was very approachable. Zeffy is a CRM we use as a primary donor management tool. It's our primary ticketing platform for our events. It is also the fee-free way that we accept donations from our website. Zeffy is free, I promise you. They haven't charged us a dime in the 2 years we've been using the program.
If the rain comes, we might dip in the vehicle for a bit, go down to the bridge, and then come back.
That video I can play it in slow motion too. I'll tell you.
Won't need to water the flowers today, but if they do need water, we can do. Watch out for flash floods. Great point. They're ready for the rain. I think the rain's coming soon. Flooding, washes running. I agree. And those things, they got signs that specifically say once it starts pouring, they can flash floods. You know, like an inch of rain here or half inch of rain can really just start running everywhere because the ground is so dry.
There's a clip? No, it's you gotta push it in the middle, though. Yeah, it's been. Oh, it's a one push.
Set it up.
Okay, good. Hold on, bring these down. How far you want that? I went up to third.
You know, I saw something very, very strange with that dog right there, right? So the dog was walking, but then the dog got right there at the driveway and refused to move. It was just like there, and she's like, come on, come on, come on. The dog would not move there. It's like the dog was sending a sign. Like the dog, it was just weird. It was just weird. The dog, the little dog. Stopped at the driveway. We're not moving. Yeah. I'm telling you, it was strange. She was like, she was walking the dog. And then, come on. The dog would not move. Right there.
Dog did it. Dog did it.
Dogs have this sense of knowing things, right?
Mhm.
Smells.
Didn't know which dog.
Maybe it's just coincidence. What's the manhunt? The manhunt is for the person responsible for this crime.
Yes, and I agree. And see, that's why everyone's pissed off with the sheriff about right now is this. Sorry, y'all, I haven't been reading chat. I think the son-in-law has been cleared. Chief Nano sent the glove that was found inside the house to Florida to a lab. Everyone's bitching because he didn't send it to or give it to the FBI and have them send it off. Well, he knows this lab and he trusts this lab. I can't really complain about it. You know, can't really bitch about where he sent that shit. Like I said, I still suspect a neighbor. I think it's someone that's lived close by who she made mad. Somehow, some way.
Maybe
You
others
know,
already inside before we saw webcam guy. Still haven't shown entry or exit the house. Maybe 3 people's gloves.
and if you're new
Great
to my
point.
channel, please hit that like club
Maybe
button.
others
And if
inside
you don't
before we
mind,
saw
sub up.
webcam guy. Maybe
Also,
they can't
am
be
live
already.
over on Rumble.
People in that house. That
And
guy came from the right
if
side.
you're
of the
on Rumble, give me a like, a sub, and I'm monetized. Drop a couple of dollars. We honestly don't mind. It actually helps my
He
channel
came from the
grow.
right side of the house, but there could have been already somebody.
I would drop
you know,
my
coming into the house.
PayPal, but
That's
people
definitely a
complain about
possibility that there could have been already somebody inside from the other side because the back.
But if
the
I
back
had the
right
money,
side
I'd
had
be
those
out
2
there
floodlights
right now.
that were busted out.
You know, but I ain't got the
personally
money to go out there.
There's more than one.
I'm just glad that JLR and Ikamel both are allowing me to restream off of them. You know, I appreciate it. Yes, we are behind in this, but I figure being behind is a little bit better than being ahead.
Oh yeah, he was on the border.
In
Yeah,
a little bit, I will go check and see what Brian Enton has put out as well, and we'll also go check SF's post.
You're with like Fox? Yeah.
That's just like if JLR is driving or something, we'll go do that. Okay? I trust SF as a private investigator. He has done a pretty good job in some of the cases he's worked. So,
Great work. Yep, you're doing great work too, you guys. Thank you. All right, that was Matt Finn, Fox News. He said his mom watches JLR Investigates. That's pretty cool. He's doing great reporting too. Matt Finn, Fox News. She's watching the channel. Hello, Miss K.
Oh, nice.
He said we crossed paths down there at the border. Hi, Matt Finn's mom, if you're watching. Miss K. Now he just tweeted out. I'll go back to his report. The Pima County Sheriff says quite a number of gloves were found in the Nancy Guthrie investigation. We don't even know the true value of these gloves. That's what he put out early this morning. Coming from the sheriff. Blessed. JLR, get a tent, raincoat, boots, umbrella from Walmart before the rain starts. The rain's just going to pass through. I don't think it's going to be sustained here. So if it does come, I really don't want to be staying out in the rain. But if something chops off in the rain, we'll go in the rain. I have an umbrella at the very least, so at least we'll stay dry on that aspect. But I don't plan to like do what these people are doing, just stand around here like this. We like to move around. But I appreciate that. It's only going to be like rain in the forecast for the next couple hours, and then. So we'll look at the radar right now. If it's coming in, we'll go down to the bridge in the meantime. Let's see. Tucson weather radar. Here we go. See, this is the current radar right now. It's all around Tucson. So Tucson right there, but it's not here. The rain is in the air.
Wipe evidence away too.
So I think we'll be okay. Here's future radar. It's kind of like doot, 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 doot. Tucson is the dot. Yeah, it could come in. Could skip. There you go, right there. Boom, boom. Maybe for like 20 or 30 minutes. Yeah, it's nothing. But I mean, it just takes a little bit of rain for like crazy flooding. But there's another thing. Nancy's not found. Evidence out there. The rain can wash away some sort of evidence. Evidence could be out there.
Oh, it is behind. My bad. Oh, snap. I didn't realize. There we go.
Ryan Kohlberger left a knife sheath. The kidnapper here, perp, leave a glove by accident. Drop it.
Good morning.
But glove being dropped inside, you take the glove off in the crime, during the crime. Extra glove on him.
Boom, boom, boom. So what do you guys think about the ring? No, not related. Everybody's talking about it.
It just makes you wonder. I'm trying to think of these scenarios here. Nancy could have had a glove inside the house. It just could be Nancy's glove. Just a glove, a mysterious glove. Yeah, somebody could be a glove from a gardener or something inside her house or something. A glove. I go around my house, there's gloves all over the place. Gloves, just one glove. Matter of fact, I can never, me personally, a glove, I'm always missing a glove. I have 2 gloves, I put 2 in there, next thing I know, my glove's gone. One glove's gone, it's somewhere else.
I'm gonna post it, I guess, since everybody's talking. There's interest.
I think we're gonna get a short burst of rain here. One sock, same thing. You know you're missing a sock. Go to the laundry, put some socks in the thing. Next thing you know, without a driver, you're missing a sock. And it gets all tangled in some clothes and you're sitting around, where's my sock? You have one sock.
I know, I've been curious about that too, Alexandria. Alexandria said, wish we could see any vacant, abandoned homes or any under construction.
You'll learn directly from AI with hands-on practice from day one and your own personal tutor giving you live feedback at any time. So if you're ready for a future-proof degree without paying,
like weird, empty lots or something, you know, that'd be interesting.
Gloves. Yeah, I don't know, folks.
I mean, come on, y'all. If this was your parent, would you have paid the ransom? If you didn't know if it was true or not? Just like home fright. I know who did it, but you gotta pay me to keep my mouth
We're
shut.
live outside
To
Nancy
tell you,
Guthrie's home.
because I'd be known as a national stitch. And
That video, January 23rd.
Starting to drizzle a little bit.
A man showed up at someone's front porch.
I'll be a
3:30 a.m.
target
and
at that
returned
point.
Again at 5 a.m., prompting a concerned
Dude,
user to post to
that's
neighbor's
called
app.
extortion.
The home is roughly 6 miles.
It's
from
against the
Nancy Guthrie's
law.
house. That's the video everybody's talking about.
There.
You're saying, look at this. Somebody, I guess they maybe sharpened it up or zoomed in. Look at that. It looks like him.
Comes the rain.
Still say that looks like my ex.
Chocolate
Who
rain.
lives in Tucson.
Anything new? Well, the glove, 3 gloves, multiple gloves. 3 gloves. We know of 3 gloves.
They should have done DNA in the dusting the first
I
day.
guess what the Fed's gonna have
Well,
to do is dust
FYI,
a private lab where the
if
where
you
Nano
don't
put the
know
glove and
Tucson and
seize
you've
it.
never been there,
Say we want the glove.
you're
Take it to
basically
Quantico,
sitting
their
in a
lab.
bowl. There are mountain ranges all the way around you. That's just why they say there's a native tribe that believes that if you move to Tucson, the only time you can leave is at night.
I'm gonna go for a walk. It looks like
Because
it's raining.
otherwise your spirit gets trapped there.
Down here a little bit. We're gonna go down to the bridge.
But it gets very, very dusty there.
I'm gonna leave my tripod out here. We're gonna go down to the bridge.
Like very dusty.
Down the side. Down
My
the
friend
road,
Shayna and
down
Rich,
from
their
where the glove-
apartment, we were constantly cleaning
right here.
every day and dusting everything off.
Here.
And it still did no good.
Let this rain clear out.
So, I mean, there's more than what we realize. And if there was a hole in that glove, like SF thinks, there could also be DNA that way. Guys, I will be right back. I'm going to go ahead and mute myself just in case train comes in. I've got to run the little girl's room.
We're going down to the Campbell Back Bridge, down to the bottom of the road. We're going to go along the river and see what we see. We'll let this rain clear up and we'll come back. But if anything pops off, please let me know in the chat. Morning walk, something different. Change of scenery. Boots on the ground. JLR investigates. A little rainy out here this morning. I switched rental cars. We went from a Jeep to a Ford Bronco. It's the Ford Bronco. O.J. Simpson's Bronco. Or Al's Bronco. Nah, it's not a white Bronco. Bronco. Broncos. Go Broncos. John Elway Bronco. John Elway. Bronco. Where's my keys? All right, so we're going to go down to the bridge, evaluate the situation there. One thing I don't like about the Broncos compared to the Jeep.
Hey guys, so I'm outside Nancy Guthrie's house. A little more information on what I was reporting earlier about the sheriff here in Pima County accused of not sharing critical information with the FBI. I just spoke to another source who was telling me that as recently as last night, so I'm making this video on Thursday, as recently as Wednesday night, they are telling me that the Pima County Sheriff's Office did not share critical information with the FBI, information related to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. This comes on top of our News Nation reporting that the sheriff's office did not share critical evidence with the FBI, specifically a glove that was found inside Nancy Guthrie's house. The FBI wanted to send the glove to Quantico to be tested, which is obviously like the best place in the world to test evidence. And instead, the sheriff sent the glove to a lab in Florida. Again, this is a vibe I've been hearing about on the ground here ever since I got here, from people in the know. I'll just leave it at that the FBI should have been called in earlier, and that there is a problem here with the relationship between the Pima County Sheriff and the FBI. And apparently, even as recently as last night, the Pima County Sheriff's Office was not keeping the FBI in the know. So that's the latest out here on everything going on. All right, I'll talk to you guys later. It's getting late, but I'll keep you guys posted. Hey guys, so I'm outside Nancy Guthrie's house. A little more information on what I was reporting earlier about the sheriff here in Pima County accused of not sharing critical information with the FBI. I just spoke to another source who was telling me that as recently as last night, so I'm making this video on Thursday, as recently as Wednesday night, they are telling me that the Pima County Sheriff's Office did not share critical. Hey guys, so I'm outside Nancy Guthrie's house.
Too quiet. Turn your sound from 100% to 600% with Sound Pusher. Just hit Add to Chrome. It installs in seconds. Click the icon.
Hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my show. I really appreciate it. Please click to subscribe. Really appreciate all your support. I am here outside Nancy Guthrie's house in Tucson, Arizona. It's now day 12. Nancy's house is behind me. I kind of just came up here to, it's so hard to find shade here. So there's some shade under a tree here. So I figured I would just talk to you guys here and go over all the latest developments of the last 24 hours or so. And it seems like every day sort of starts out slow in the morning and then new things happen and develop, which I guess is a good thing. It shows that there is at least what appears to be progress in the case, or at least, that investigators are working hard. First of all, this morning, a white tent was put up outside of Nancy Guthrie's house, and this kind of came out of nowhere. It appeared to be sheriff's deputies showed up, put this tent up right up against the front door of the house, like very close to the front door, so that we couldn't see what was going on. We saw one of the investigators go in with what looked like photographic equipment. But then what was interesting was and we zoomed in on this, there was another investigator that went in with what is called a forensic height board, which I never heard of before, a forensic height board, which has measurements on it, and I'm told they would use that to try and figure out the height of the suspect. So basically they would go back and look at the surveillance photos and videos and then use this forensic height board to try to determine how tall the person is. I'm also wondering if they were possibly looking at blood, doing more testing on the blood, how far apart the blood droplets were. Because remember, we went up there and got the video of the blood before, when they opened up the crime scene the first time, but it wasn't like a pool of blood, if you guys remember. It was like blood droplets in different places that went from the door all the way out to near the driveway. And we don't know if they were also testing that. And the other thought I had at first when they put the tent up is for the first time there's rain in the forecast tomorrow. So I thought maybe they were just covering that area because rain is coming. But that doesn't appear to be the case, because within a couple of hours they took the tent down and they were gone. And the most interesting thing that I noticed was the forensic height board, which again would indicate that they were trying to figure out the height of the person who was seen in the surveillance video. I also want to mention, before I get any deeper into what I've seen today from the investigation, Savannah Guthrie did post a new video on her Instagram, and it's just so heartbreaking. It shows just older videos of her mom, Nancy, and again, it just reminds you of the fact that this is a real person, that this is a real family suffering, and just how loved Nancy is by her family, but also by people in this community here in Tucson. Nancy and Savannah wrote, "Our lovely mom, we will never give up on her. Thank you for your prayers and hope." And she posted that old home video, which, I think I told you guys, I get so wrapped up in the investigation and running around all the different places and trying to stay on top of everything. I just like to remember that, this woman is loved by so many, and I just think about what her family is going through right now. So I want to read you the latest update from the Pima County Sheriff's Office that just came out a little while ago. They are saying investigators are requesting all video footage that includes vehicles, vehicle traffic, people, pedestrians, and anything neighbors deem out of the ordinary or important to our investigation from January 1st, 2026 to February 2nd, 2026. So they are looking for any video now going all the way back to January 1st, well before Nancy went missing. An alert was just sent via Neighbors app to users within a 2-mile radius of Nancy Guthrie's residence near East Skyline Drive and North Campbell Avenue. And I'll put the link below, but there's a link where you can submit this video. It says it was submitted by neighbors, including any new ones that come in. So again, they're now going back all the way to January 1st, 2026. So well before Nancy went missing, looking for any video that anybody thinks is unusual, which is interesting. They're trying to see, obviously, if this person has been in the neighborhood before. The other interesting thing is one of the neighbors out here told us that when the detective came to their door looking for Ring video, they specifically asked for video from January 11th between 9 p.m. and midnight. Why they were zeroing in on that specific time, January 11th, between 9 p.m. and midnight, I don't know, but that is clearly a time frame that they are also interested in, that they didn't put out publicly, but that is what one of the neighbors told me. Let me go back to the latest release from Pima County Sheriff. The Pima County Sheriff's Department periodically uses the Neighbors app to contact residents, home surveillance cameras. Requests will come from Pima County Sheriff's Department with a blue check mark. So they're sending this alert out within a 2-mile radius of Nancy Guthrie's house, which is behind me, so 2 miles all the way around, looking for any new video. They say as more leads come in, detectives and agents will continue to follow up on viable leads throughout the community. You can expect to see a higher presence of law enforcement activity going forward, which we've seen every day. I showed you guys yesterday. I mean, there's dozens of FBI agents out here now searching. They were back in Nancy's yard yesterday, in the side yard. They were searching across the street where the media is set up, and then, of course, they were searching where they found the gloves. It says, in terms of notes, the FBI is handling all aspects related to any reason, notes, or communications involving the Guthrie family. Any inquiries regarding this matter should be directed to the FBI Public Affairs Office. So this is in terms of like ransom notes. TMZ is reporting that they've received another note from the same person, same email that they received yesterday, which is someone saying that they know who has Nancy Guthrie, and they're asking for Bitcoin also. Look, I'm skeptical of these notes. They could be real, but the fact that they're being sent to TMZ, and there's obviously people trying to take advantage of the situation. We already saw the one arrest. There's people trying to take advantage of the situation and make money off of all of this. So I don't know. Could they be real? Yes, I'm sure police are looking into it. The FBI is looking into it, but I don't know what I make of these TMZ notes. They're saying there are no press briefings scheduled at this time. Sheriff Nanos is not conducting one-on-one interviews and remains the sole department spokesperson. Should a significant development occur, a press conference will be called, and you will be notified via email and our X account. Also, I'm learning, remember we told you yesterday about the glove that was found off of the main road here about 1.5 miles from Nancy's house? It actually is a pair of gloves, I'm told, like two, a set, 2 gloves. And it's a main roadway. That's the other thing. It's not just like a side street like where Nancy lived. It's a main roadway, and it was a search team that found it right along the road. And you're going to hear in my interview in a second with the former SWAT team member and former deputy who's worked in this area, in this county for decades. But he's skeptical of these gloves, and I think I am too. I mean, they could be real. They bagged them. They sent them off for testing. They could be connected, But the fact that they were on a main roadway and that they hadn't been spotted for 11 days makes me skeptical. And also that those black gloves are used in so many different ways. One of the guys that here was like telling me, I use those exact gloves for barbecuing. My friend who's a cook said I use them, at the restaurant. Hairdressers use them. Auto mechanics use them. People using chemicals doing work inside houses and construction use them. So, and also, would the suspect have just thrown the gloves out on the side of the road, especially on a main highway like that? So I'm skeptical that they're actually going to be connected, but it is possible. They were collected, they were bagged, and they're going to be doing testing on them. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there. Something else.
If you're thinking of quitting your job and starting your own business, but you're not sure what kind of business to start, launch this business model in the next 5 days. Why? Because it's high paying, it's easy.
Something else interesting, and I've started to get to know people in local law enforcement here and been making sources on the ground, and I've been asking, is the local sheriff in charge, or is the FBI now in charge? And I actually asked it at the last press conference, if you guys remember. I asked the sheriff that, and he kind of just beat around the bush and said, it doesn't matter who's actually in charge, we're all working together. But it seems like a legitimate question because a lot of people have been criticizing the sheriff about the way he handled the investigation, especially in the beginning, and there has to be someone in charge. And I haven't been able to get an answer. But what's interesting is I was talking to some of the people who I've met here in law enforcement, and they were saying that even investigators who are working the case don't know exactly who's in charge, which it's somewhat alarming to think about. And there's got to be one of those agencies has to be the lead. I'm guessing it's still the sheriff's office and that the FBI is still technically assisting, although it seems in many ways the FBI is handling some aspects of this case by themselves, like, for example, what the sheriff's office put in their latest press release saying that with the ransom notes, that just goes to the FBI. But I just found it really, really telling that the sources that I made said even investigators working the case don't know who's actually in charge. And one other thing that's interesting is there's this other Ring camera video that has now surfaced that we've confirmed. We sent it to the sheriff's office, and they responded that they're looking into all videos. And this video is interesting because you see a person with a backpack, and some people have found similarities in the video to the person at Nancy Guthrie's door, although there's no confirmation of that. And that's one of the reasons that we're blurring the face, just because the police aren't saying that. But you see the person with a backpack, they go up to a gate, and it does look suspicious at the least. And again, we reached out to the sheriff's office asking if they are looking into this specific video. And this, I'm told, is from about anywhere from around 5 miles from Nancy Guthrie's house. And they just responded that they're looking into all videos. So it seems that they are looking into it. So I asked Bob Krieger about this, and I'm going to play for you now my full interview with him. He was a long-time Pima County Sheriff's deputy, and he also was on the SWAT team for a long time. So I asked him about all the latest developments. This is my conversation with Bob. Thank you for talking with me again. Sure. First of all, we saw this tent go up this morning right outside the front door of Nancy's house, kind of like almost like sealed to the front little entryway. Okay. And it was up for a couple of hours. We saw them go in with what looked like maybe photographic equipment, but then also like it looked like almost a chart, like a measurement chart that they took in there. And then they took the tent down. What do you think is going on here?
It's hard to say. I did not see the tent, so I'm not exactly sure. They could have been using it simply to block light for whatever they might have been doing. They might have been doing some sort of evidence collection as far as scientific goes, blood collection, things like that, looking for any type of biological samples. And the chart could have been, just seeing, simply testing something to see if it comes back positive as blood or some other type of body fluid or something like that.
Yeah, let me show you a picture because I have
Sure.
a picture. I was wondering with the chart if maybe they're going to try to get us a height to release. Maybe they can somehow use that. Use that to try to figure out how tall the suspect was. So that the door is right behind there, and that's what they put up there.
Yeah. Again, it would just be something. There's a million different reasons, quite honestly, and it could be simply keep the prying eyes out as well
For something they were doing.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you surprised that this just randomly popped up? I mean, we're I think day 12 now.
A little surprised, yes. The fact that they're doing anything still, it's still good because you want to follow up on any lead, but it's unfortunate that it's been 12 days since you had that initial bite of the purest apple you're going to get. There was literally a pizza guy that walked out there yesterday, so there are so many contaminations, chain of custody issues at this point, but it still doesn't matter because you still might get something that's valuable. It never hurts to keep trying.
In terms of people, you mentioned the pizza guy walking up, that got a lot of attention. We were able to go get video of the blood initially just because it was open. People are surprised that it wasn't sealed off just all this time. I mean, you worked at the sheriff's office for so long. Has that been an issue in the past?
It's difficult because it's still a family's house. You get a search warrant and you can keep it for a reasonable amount of time, but we can't keep it forever. And at some point, you've exhausted all your investigative leads and tools that you're going to do at the scene. It's not uncommon to have to go back because maybe a day or 2 or 3 days later, you get some new information, some new evidence like, oh, we weren't even looking for something like that. You might have to apply for a new search warrant to get it amended because in your initial search warrant, that was out of the scope of your search. So there's a lot of different reasons why these things might pop up. Ideally, it would be done as soon as you have it because, again, that's when you're going to have your purest scene. But it's not completely uncommon to have to go back and do these things.
Is it an issue when you go to court if it's been unsealed?
Oh, absolutely. It just creates all kinds of questions. Why didn't you do it in the first place? And a lot of times there are very reasonable answers as to why you didn't do it in the first place. But is it going to create reasonable doubt? Potentially. And there's always going to be that question. You got to remember, nobody's perfect. Investigators aren't perfect, and things, get missed. And more information of those 18,000 tips, maybe one of them said something that nobody talked about before. And like, oh, wow, I didn't even think about that. And they go back to the house and, get that warrant again because they are amending that warrant, I'm sure, because once we left, our ability to go in that house and search was done. So we had to amend to get a new search warrant to keep going back, and the same with the FBI. If they're working together, however they're doing that, there's a lot of back-channel paperwork that's going on during this whole process.
Something else new we learned from neighbors is that the detectives have been asking them if they have any video from January 11th in the evening, which is a very specific, and they gave a specific time. I think it was 9 to 11 p.m. around there. And that's weeks before Nancy went missing, before any of this even started. What do you think that could mean?
My guess would be that something happened in the neighborhood. Maybe a suspicious person was called in. Maybe a suspicious vehicle that nobody had seen before was called in. And they're just following up on any lead, any possibility. That person, that vehicle could have been nothing, but it could have been something. Even if the sheriff's department didn't have contact with it that night, because that's a common call. And if you get there and there's no criminal activity going on, you may not make contact, you may not even find it. But if someone called it in, it doesn't hurt to go back and see if there's some video, because then, again, you get that one little piece of information that you hadn't had in the first place, and you can start following up on that and just keep going, always trying to uncover as many rocks at this point as you can.
What about the glove? I'm sure you saw they found a glove, and there's also some reports that it was a pair of gloves on the side of the road. It was right on the side of the road, which was interesting, and it was found 11 days after. I see you're kind of like smirking a little. Do you think it's unrelated, or do you think it might be? What's your gut tell you?
My gut tells me it's unrelated. It happened to come out the day it was found, the day the video was released, or the day after it was released. The timing. If it was found on Campbell, like I was told, it's a very well-traveled road, both some foot traffic, but a lot of traffic. It would stick out. People would have saw it. My guess is it wasn't there until the day it was found, but it could have been. And that being said, that's one of those rocks that you're not going to dismiss it because it could be the smoking gun, and you want to follow up on it. But if I had to guess, it's probably not related.
Yeah, and it's my understanding those black gloves are used for a lot of different things. I mean, people who work on houses use them, people who use chemicals, hairstylists use them, cooks use them.
I have black gloves at my house for when I barbecue.
Yeah.
So there's just so many different uses. So, there are a dime a dozen, but soon there are at least one set of black gloves out there that are related to this case.
And also, you'd think that the suspect, I mean, that would be pretty stupid to just throw them out right along the road, that close to Nancy's.
I've seen dumber things criminals do. We see it all the time. They panic a little bit. They think they're far enough away. Maybe he lives a good distance away, and you just toss him, say, no one's going to think about this a mile from the scene. But I've seen much stupider things done. So, it's possible.
Let me show you this video, too. This is a Ring camera video from about 5 miles away, from a different...
Are you having trouble trying to keep up with your professor? You've got to try Otter. Here's how it works. Let's say I'm in class. I just hit record, and as
This is from a different. This is a different situation, obviously, but people are looking at it because there's a guy with a backpack.
Sure.
What do you think? I mean, tell me what you make of people are making the comparison. Obviously, you see, he's got the backpack. He goes up to this gate. People are saying that the jacket looks similar.
Yeah. I would agree on a lot of those things. The jacket looks similar. The backpack, the way the backpack's loaded up. That was one of the first things I noticed with the initial video. Dude looks like he's got his laundry in his backpack. There's so much stuff in there, and it's consistent with that one. It could be a coincidence, but at the same time, there's a lot of things that why would you not look at that? 5 miles, well, it's a good distance away. It still could be related. Bad guys don't have boundaries. They'll go from one spot to another, away from their areas where they feel comfortable at. If obviously, especially with something like this. One thing I noticed, specifically with the first backpack, is the fact that he wore the strap across his chest, which isn't real common for most people. Most people don't even know that strap is there. And I would love to see on that second video if that strap was there, because that would be a consistent issue that most people don't wear. They just throw their backpack on.
Yeah.
Because I've backpacked, so I've used that. You use it for stability, for support. There's reasons where hook your thumbs on. So there's some consistencies, and why wouldn't you follow up on that? So hopefully, whatever law enforcement agency responded to that call, if they did, there's something to follow up on there.
That's a good point, though. I've never snapped mine.
Yeah.
I mean,
Most
I don't know,
people
is it for
don't.
hiking most? I don't know. Yeah.
It's to distribute weight.
Yeah. This is a little part in the front, you mean?
Yep,
Yeah.
And it was literally the first thing I noticed about the backpack when they walked up to the door. Yeah.
So what's the sense? I mean, you live here, obviously. You were in law enforcement for a long time. You have a lot of friends. Like, people keep asking me what my feeling is about this, and I have a hard time saying because I don't know what they know behind the scenes. It's hard to say whether they're back at square one. Or, I mean, what is your overall sense?
Well, I don't think, as far as the investigation goes, they're not at square one. You have to follow up on everything. I'm sure there's multiple teams working different leads, and because everyone's not just focused on one thing. You have to divvy up the labor. If you don't, you'll just be turning your wheels and go nowhere. So I'm sure there's folks looking here, looking there, going down to Rio Rico, up north, wherever it might be, wherever the leads are falling. I'm sure there's some frustration, but sometimes, quite honestly, investigations, they don't happen overnight. You wait for that bit of information, that intelligence, that piece of evidence that you didn't have, and suddenly now we've got something. You just look at the individual in Rio Rico a couple nights ago. Prior to that, everyone thought we had nothing. Well, that was something. Turned out to be, who knows, it might have been nothing, it might have been something, but it's another stepping stone to keep going. I'm, again, sure that there's some frustration on the investigators' parts. I'm sure there's, demands being asked of them from all around. And I'm sure that they're doing their best. I'm sure they're working long hours, not sleeping much, and doing what they can do to just keep going with this.
And the pressure, too. I mean, imagine doing an investigation. And I was thinking about this morning. I mean, we're literally following them around. Not me, but a lot of media is following them around everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Drones are up. I mean, every little thing they do, they can't really do in secret.
Exactly, and that's a difficult part of the law enforcement side. A lot of things we don't want the media around seeing what they're doing. And again, everyone has the right to do that, but having that extra burden and trying to, do your job efficiently and effectively, it's tough sometimes. I know when the SWAT vehicles left the other day, immediately people knew about that, and it's like, having my SWAT background, I knew the frustration they felt, and those things don't go fast, so we're not outrunning anybody.
Yeah. So you were on the SWAT team.
Yeah,
right?
for 25 years.
25 years. So what do you, I mean, are they all on standby in a situation like this? Because at any moment it seems like they could find, right? I mean,
Absolutely.
They could make that call.
The Pima regional team is always on standby, like most teams are. I'm sure there's smaller elements ready to go at a moment's notice between the Pima regional SWAT team, FBI, HRT, probably the Tucson Police Department. Those are the three main teams that are going to be working something like this, just so they can help each other. Yeah. And luckily, we have great relationships with all those agencies at the tactical level, because all we want to do is.
Can you be a travel advisor without quitting your 9-to-5? Actually, yes. We're Fora, the modern travel agency, and we are empowering anyone with a passion for travel to earn on the trips that they plan. At Fora, our approach is flexible, which means you decide what your travel business looks like. For some of our advisors, that means transitioning away from their full-time jobs into a full-blown travel career. And for others, it means pursuing their passion for planning travel around their current 9-to-5 or their commitments at home. The great thing about Fora is that you call the shots. So if that sounds like the kind of flexibility you're looking for, then apply to be a Fora advisor.
EVE Online is a vast universe, alive with the unrelenting activity and combined history of its players. Pursuing lives of adventure, warfare, and prosperity, they share this existence in the biggest single shard, free-to-play MMO of all.
Solve the problem and do what we can do to get Nancy back and to, hopefully, take into custody whoever was responsible for it.
Yeah, and I confirm the FBI hostage rescue team is in Tucson, which that's an elite. I mean, that's an elite team, right? I mean, they're like the ones you see in the movies.
They are. They're well trained. They're prepared, just like the Pima regional team is. We've trained with them in the past. I've personally trained with them in the past. So you want to have the best of the best when you have to go on this is a very low frequency, high risk type of mission. And it doesn't happen a lot. It really doesn't. It's not common. And so if there is some type of tactical resolution that has to come from it, you want the best of the best out there. And so luckily, we're in a location right now where there's a lot of good teams and a lot of good, capable operators.
Do you have any sense if the FBI is more in charge now, or if the sheriff still is?
That I don't know.
Do you have any, just from what you've seen, is there any, I don't really know what to look for.
Yeah.
Does it feel like, because a lot of people have just been, not that, just nationally, not a lot of the people don't seem that confident in the sheriff at this point.
I can understand some of that. What I can say about the Sheriff's Department investigators, they're top notch. They're hard workers. We've had calls similar to this in the past. Experience levels vary for various reasons. And, you know, I don't know who the primary investigators are, but I do know that they're going to do their best. But I also can understand some of the frustration locally and nationally with maybe how it was handled initially. So going back to the initial question, who's running it? That I don't know.
When you were at the office, were they at a higher level reluctant to call the FBI in ever right away?
There were not a lot of cases where
Fucking this whole entire time muted. I'm gonna mute because we got a train coming.
the FBI got involved with. I was honestly a little surprised, like on the surface, when I heard that they were now getting involved. We've had kidnappings in the past where the FBI never got involved, but we've also worked with them locally on different types of calls. Again, the high profile of this, the nation, probably the worldwide eyes on it, it makes sense why they're here, and I would be happy to have them. Anyone who wouldn't, it's ridiculous. I would want to work hand in hand with them, share as much information as I could, because they have access to things that we don't, databases, information analysts, just like they don't know how things work locally. So putting those two together, if you are not working hand in hand and like sharing every bit of information at every second, you are failing. That would be where the failure would lie. And I don't know if that's happening. I hope it's not. I hope egos aren't getting involved, because there's too much at stake. And when egos get involved, things don't work as efficiently as they should.
Well, and even the video coming off of the Google Nest Cam when there was no subscription, that would have never happened without the FBI. I mean, that was a relationship.
Exactly. I would guess, you know, normal investigator, oh, you don't have a camera, you don't have access, you try and look at their DVR hub, they're storing it locally, and if you can't get, like, okay, cool. Maybe some analysts that we work with, because we have some great analysts in the Tucson area, and they do, when I say amazing things with electronic evidence, cell phone exploitation, just recovery of that data. One of my previous assignments was at the HIDTA task force, and the folks over there and the folks that we started building it within the Sheriff's Department, they have solved so many cases for the investigators based on that. So would they have gotten to it? I would hope so, but I'm not going to lie, I'm sure the FBI had a lot to do with that, and with the resources that they have.
What's that task force you said?
It's a HIDTA task force.
What does that mean?
It's a high-intensity drug trafficking task force in southern Arizona. Part of it is the Sheriff's Department of Tucson, Police Department, local agencies, all working in conjunction on some of the drug problems down here. That's what the main focus is, but it expands. We worked on violent crimes. There was a violent crime. There was an overdose death squad that I was a deputy commander of. There's, you know, they work UC, they work interdiction, parcel interdiction, so they just do a ton of stuff, and it's just a lot of resources under the same roof. And when you have that, and you have all of the resources reaching out to their individual resources and bringing it under one roof, that's where you get success, especially on the investigative side.
Anything else I left out you think that you've thought about in the last day or so?
No, just hoping the tips that keep coming in produce something, get us closer to finding Nancy, finding out what actually went on, and really, hopefully, electronic evidence, or someone's like, hey, I think this might be this dude, because between the two videos, someone knows, especially the second video, even if that person's not involved. Even if that person's not involved, it's another lead, and maybe he knows who did this, because bad guys talk. They talk to each other, they talk about what they did. That's what's a little surprising about this one, is in most of these types of cases, a bad guy will tell another bad guy friend what they did, and like, yeah, they'll get mad at them, and they'll call the police and say, hey, so-and-so did this, and then we get a lot of breaks that way.
With all the blood drops that we saw at the front of the house now with the tent up, would they go and test every blood drop, or do they just test some of it?
I can't speak for the individual investigator. I would hope they would take samples from each one. If it was just a pool, you would probably take a couple samples from various locations. If there were a series of individual drops and they were separated, I would hope that they did each individually, because like you said, it could be yours, it could be mine, it could be someone else, it could be the dog's. So let's rule out, I don't care how much extra work it is, that's what we get paid for. That's what the officers and the investigators get paid for, to take the time and to do it right.
I really appreciate Bob for talking with me and taking the time. It's been great meeting a lot of the locals here in law enforcement and people who have retired. One other thing I wanted to show you guys, which one of the producers I work with in News Nation just got here and had some interesting perspective, because I've kind of gotten used to being here for like almost 2 weeks, and she was like, I can't believe how confusing it is in the neighborhood trying to drive around. It's so confusing. There's so many twists and turns, and I can't find my way in and out getting to Nancy's house. And I thought about it, and I'm like, it really is. So we took this video to kind of show you the drive up to Nancy's house. After being here almost 2 weeks, every single night when I finish and I go back to my hotel, I have to put the address in the GPS, just to figure out how to get out of Nancy's neighborhood, because it is so dark. And there's no street lights because they have this ordinance because of the people, stargazing here. And there's so many twists and turns, and I can never remember exactly which turn to go right at specifically. So I always put it in my GPS even after all this time. And I just wanted to give you guys a visual of kind of what it looks like out here. I told you before, but the houses sit on anywhere from 1 to 4 acres. Everything's really spread out. It's dark. The roads are twist and turn, and it just makes me think back to whoever did that to know the area, especially in the middle of the night, navigating your way in and out of here. So those are the latest developments today. I really appreciate you guys again for following along. I'll let you know if anything else develops. And as always, my heart goes out to Nancy Guthrie's family, and I still hope that we'll have some kind of positive outcome here. So I'll talk to you guys later.
The worst freaking state to live in right now is Oklahoma, and nobody's talking about it.
I've spent 30 years in the insurance industry. What I'm about to tell you will explain why Oklahoma pays more for car insurance than any other state in the country, and how you could and save up to 80% on your rate. Let me make this simple. If you're paying over $75, you're being overcharged. Drivers in Oklahoma are being charged almost 2 times more for the same coverage compared to the rest of the country. Because you pay the most, the industry sees Oklahoma as one giant cash cow, and most people have no clue.
Commercial, nice. CNN, nice. They're still talking about the pizza thing days ago. Must have nothing to record. They're still talking about pizza. I guess it depends on the eyes of people. Some people think CNN is controversial. Some people think Fox is controversial. Some people might think you're controversial. All of us are controversial. It's the eye of the beholder, I guess. I got bit by a bat once, Nicole says, and I had to go through rabies vaccination. It was horrible. Be careful, JLR. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get bats anymore, but it is. I can clearly hear them under there. It's just crazy that they will call this thing the Bat Cave or the Bat Bridge. So we got look, Trader Joe's. Trader Joe's. All right, we're gonna cross the big bridge here. I parked over there. We're just gonna go up to the intersection, and then we'll head back to Nancy's home and regroup. We'll just take a look at the intersection here. Yeah, I haven't heard about it around here, does it?
No.
No.
You get like a little real dark cloud filled with water, and you happen to be out.
Where do you just go for?
We
both got our ozone thing. Colder.
Yeah, it's not the cold. I was just worried about the rain. Like already blue sky.
Maybe one. Yeah, I don't know. I wish you luck. Be safe. Thank you for your time. Brooklyn, he's looking for a job. All right, so let's get back to subject matter. This is Campbell and River Road. This would be the southeast section of this whole.
Writing a book is hard. Knowing if it's good, even harder. Meet manuscript analysis. It gives actionable feedback
location, this spot could be a key to this case down the line. As the glove, we don't know if it's connected to the case. Was found up the road here. You start to go up into the Catalina foothills. This is like the bottom of the Catalina foothills. You start going up. The glove was found up the road here. And then eventually get up to Nancy's home. You make a left into her neighborhood. What's going on around here? It is heavily trafficked in the daytime. And cameras everywhere. Cameras. 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 Now, I will also report, I don't know which exact media outlet, but they talked about these intersections. Who knows if the cameras worked or not? They might not even be working. It might be fake cameras. It might be budget. They don't have the money to maintain the camera. They might not have record the data, similar to, you know, the cameras at Nancy's home when it didn't go into the cloud. So perp could have came here, cameras maybe not captured, maybe didn't work, operational, we don't know. But it will be awfully shameful if the perp did come down through here and the cameras weren't working. Because that would have been a lost opportunity. We shall see. We shall see. Every time I interview somebody, you might watch yourself later and go like, he's the perp.
I've been watching your streams, and every person you show, like, that's a suspect now.
Yeah,
But
he's not the suspect.
But just for the record, there's probably not a neighborhood that I haven't been in.
Yeah.
You know, because I do this 5 times a week, and we're in Green Valley, even Rio Rico.
Rio Rico?
Yeah, we're all over the place. But yeah, it's I'm like a Dateline fan.
You
so
like Dateline?
it's kind of like intriguing. You know,
Well, that's why I think everyone's watching.
In all
It's like a
respect, yeah,
mystery.
it's like Dateline live. You know, it's kind of like. So it's just, and especially being in Tucson, it's kind of like, wow, you know.
Nothing ever happened like this in Tucson?
No, not to this extent, you know, and I understand, you know, the media coverage it's getting because of Savannah, which is understandable, you know, but it's pretty crazy, man. And I live like 10 minutes from Nancy's house, so it's pretty.
So
pretty
is
crazy.
this officially Tucson here? Like, it seems like this right here, like once we're here, we're like the city limits here now.
The city limits, it's kind of the foothills, Catalina foothills.
Yeah.
So my boy, he goes to school at Catalina Foothills High School, just down the road. My mom works there. And then you get up northern into Oro Valley, and then like I'm headed to Oracle and San Manuel. But it's sort of like Phoenix. To me, it's just Phoenix. But you got Chandler, you know, all these. So it's kind of like that. It's Tucson to me, but you got Catalina Foothills, Oro Valley, Vail, South Tucson, Tucson Metro, and then you got Marana. But it's kind of all.
I'm gonna put you on the spot about Pima County Sheriff's Department. How do you feel about the Pima County Sheriff's Department? Because we're hearing a lot of things now. You know, they're not working with the FBI, the original stage, or them handling this case. Do you have confidence in them?
I agree with a lot of people. It should have, like, even watching your streams, like the Domino's guy walking up, the lady walking up, and you know, the one that was yelling at you guys and stuff. I think it should have been closed off since day one, and you know, flagged, taped, and not released until the feds got here, in my opinion, because. Like you said, there's a lot of people walking up and down on a active crime scene. So it's kind of like, what are we doing here, you know? So it's kind of, and then him at the U of A game was kind of not a good look. I mean, I understand.
People have been asking me if he's going to go there Saturday for the game this weekend.
Yeah, and it's a big game.
It's
I mean,
a big
game day will be there, so it's
I'm
like.
sure he won't be back there.
Yeah, so to me, like I was telling my wife, it's like, I understand you're not on the job 24/7, you need to clear your head, but I mean, do that out of the public eye, you know, because it doesn't look good. Now you're pretty much blasted all over news medias for being at a basketball game, you know, with, in my opinion, probably one of the biggest missing cases.
But do you think do you think this will get solved?
See, that's the thing. That's the thing.
And if so, when?
That's the thing. It's like I think when the iron was hot, Pima County failed to strike. That's my opinion. So now we're 2 weeks in. So I don't know. I think they're kind of just grasping for straws, you know. We need all the video footage from 2-mile radius, and that's a lot of activity for, you know, like you've been seeing how busy this intersection is, and it's probably not as busy at 2 or 3 in the morning, But
Well, what is it like around here at 2 or 3 in the morning? I mean, there would be a few cars, or much less.
Yeah, probably less. I've never really been out here during that time, but even at midnight, 1 in the morning, it's not, when you leave a U of A game, because I work at the U of A during the football season as a PA spotter, so we have a lot of late games, and all that's pretty much game day traffic, and it's even then it's not real heavy, but during the day, forget it.
It's traffic.
There's traffic everywhere.
And cameras, all these businesses too.
And 2 weeks is a long time, man. Like I said, you have to strike with the iron's hot, because that gives 2 weeks for whoever did it to, discard of evidence that they may have left somewhere or whatever. But it's just crazy, man. And you're doing an excellent job.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Bringing
awareness.
Boots on the ground,
Boots
man.
on the ground. Thanks for your time, brother.
Yeah,
Be safe.
you,
Be safe.
You need anything? You good?
No. I'm just looking at your pipes, your signs here, your stuff. No, I'm good.
We install those all day long, and we have tons and tons of real estate agents and brokerages we work for here in Tucson, and just try to make a living, man.
Gotcha.
But yeah, it's pretty intriguing to see where it'll go, because like I said, I'm a Dateline fan, so it's like real stuff,
A lot of people say Netflix movie, Dateline.
Oh yeah, for sure.
First 48.
Oh, 100%. And First 48, like they say, First 48's the most important part, and here we are 2 weeks later.
2 weeks later.
So
thanks for your time.
Appreciate you, bro.
Thank you.
Have a good one, bro.
Be safe. You too. God bless you. All right. Spoke to another local resident. Folks, if you want to come out and say hi and share your take on the situation, come find me. It's pretty cool that people have been pulling up. Want to hear what the locals have to say about the situation. We're going to get to the vehicle. We're going to go back to Nancy's home. So I'm going to get back onto the road over here. You plant signs, real estate signs. Real estate signs. Oh, so the other guy was just telling me, I can't really say, but he was just like, he was inquiring about somebody that was seen around Nancy's house on my live stream. I'm not going to drop no names and stuff. I said, this guy's name keeps getting circulated. I said, I don't think the guy did it. A lot of people have been inquiring about this one guy that was out there and saying, it looks like him, but yeah, it's not. I truly doubt that the perp would come back to Nancy's house to hang out in front of media. Or see like, hey, what's going on out here? Though, sometimes the perps do go back to the scene and see what's going on, or the perps try to, because they're curious. See, another thing is, too, the perp probably is Googling around. The perp could be watching this stream. The perp could be getting articles and reading articles on the case, watching their every move to find out what they're doing so they can adjust or panic or know the heat is on them. Perps probably using the phone and Googling around. And they'll know, once they have an idea who did this, they'll know digital footprints. All right, we're getting back over to the Bat Bridge, Campbell Bat Bridge. Sun is starting to come out. That's good. Sunshine. We're bringing light to this case. Sunshine. Thank you. Lipstick. Lipstick smear. Thank you. Is there any way to find out if those cameras are working? There's no traffic at 2 a.m. at that intersection. That's what I'm saying. Like, are they really working or not? And if they don't work, what's the point of having cameras if they don't work? That remains to be seen. Something tells me they aren't working because video have already been released. Something tells me they made a major mistake by not having these things work. For whatever reasons, tearing the cameras off. I mean, think about the last crazy big case out of Brown University with the mass shooting. They didn't even have the cameras working in the university. Matter of fact, they probably turned them off on purpose to protect the students. There very well could have a thing around here where they just say, turn the cameras off. Turn the cameras off. You got cameras, different administration, different people, city officials might say, oh, well, we don't have the money. Or they mismanage money and said, well, there's a certain budget allocated a year for the cameras, right? But we have a budget shortfall or whatever. I don't know the finances in Pima. I'm just speculating. Tucson. Oh, just turn the cameras off. Because there's no camera footage of a vehicle. We have one of the ring camera, but no of the vehicle, which is like everyone's like, where's the vehicle? Where's the vehicle? So it's crazy.
Whoa.
What's that?
I just built a budgeting app with Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Where's the vehicle? Show us a vehicle. You mean you couldn't capture a vehicle at any intersection? And it's going to be crazy. Even what happens like next week they release the camera footage of the vehicle, and if they haven't, why didn't you release it to the public now? A week ago. Where's the camera footage of a vehicle? We're waiting. We're all waiting. Where is a vehicle? You don't have a vehicle. Almost every other case, there's a vehicle. Particularly on the other intersections like that. At all strategic four corners of that neighborhood, there's cameras. Question is, were they working? What is this woman doing? Taking a picture of my license plate. Dude, she literally came up and took a picture of my license plate. Look. She's taking pictures of my car. What the heck is going on here? She literally went back of my car and took pictures of my license plate. Yeah, that's me. Yeah, it's my car. Yeah, I'm okay. You just thought something suspicious about the car? Yeah, I'm parked crooked. So I don't blame you. Oh, really? About a car. Thank you. A suspicious car parked sideways in a parking lot. She came over and was like, yeah, it might have been my fault for parking crooked. Suspicious car. Crazy. All right, we're headed back to Nancy's home. Dude, I came and there's a person taking pictures of my car. I'm like, what in the heck? And if they called the police, notice the police probably will never come. Probably never come. You call the police, they come 10 hours later. Some places. All right, so perp, come down this way. What do you think? We're going back up. Crazy, look at all these cars. It's just like unsolved mysteries. Exactly, that's another one. He said Dateline. It's like unsolved mysteries. All right, let's get the address here. We're gonna go back up to Camino Scene. Going back into the Catalina foothills. The perp is long gone. How do you like the Bronco? It's smooth. Bronco's nice. I kind of like it. I think it's better than the Jeep.
Once again, I'm sitting here talking to you guys. I'm muted. If you guys have anything to say or have any comments, you can put them in chat. I will try to read them. Thank you for stopping by. We do appreciate it. And if you're not subbed up, sub up and hit the thumbs up, please. And thank you.
Rain could have washed away key pieces of evidence. So it might get a little choppy, pixelated. We'll be there in a few minutes, folks. JLR Investigates. Headed back up into the Catalina foothills as we speak. We are 4 minutes away from Nancy Guthrie's home. I'm going to take a little longer route because I don't want to lose reception. Beautiful mountain. Keep like gaining elevation. You're getting a little higher and higher. This was also the area here where forensics people were looking. Right here. We came here.
Watch out, JLR. There's a speed trap on that road that you are currently on.
Yesterday morning, parked on the side there. Turn left, takes you to Nancy's home. The forensic people were in this area right here. And we're talking about Pima County between 2 and 5 a.m. yesterday morning. Right there. Glove found in this area. Forensic people from Pima County. Makes me feel like the perp shot south. Though, up here is where they're asking for suspicious surveillance footage or anybody on some sort of something. Up here we'll be turning shortly. We are 3 minutes away from Nancy's. We're turning. Back to the staging area, the media staging area. That's what we're calling it. Which is where the cars are coming. All right. Cactus. Cacti. Almost there. Man, the terrain out here is beautiful. Especially the colder it is. You can see like way back there. Mountains everywhere around here. Alright, so here we are making a right. Did I even put in the right address? Let's see. Yeah, we're here. All right, we're back. We're back. All right. Let's go back to ground zero till the next move. Mito Escalante. Yellow ribbons. Cold news. They received one of the ransom.
And here in a second, we'll also go check out Steve Fisher.
Here we are. See if there's any activity here.
Muting out for a minute.
Okay, have you heard of the world's first AI university? You'll learn directly from AI with hands-on practice from day one, and
What do you think, folks? So I'll plant the tripod and we'll scour around, try to find the new latest developments, what's being said, and all that. It's like a block party. I know, right? Block party. Tents. What tents? Tent party. Tents. Tents.
So I guess at 10:30 or 11.
Oh, Sheriff. Oh, pool. Look at this. Pool people. What in the world? Pool people. Pool people. 2 pool people have arrived. Dun, 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 dun. Breaking news. Pool people. What is going on here? 2 pool people have arrived. Dun, 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 dun. Pool cleaners. Searching the pool. Dude, look at this. Look at this. See what I'm saying? Everybody's like, what in the heck is going on? I gotta make sure I'm not in anyone's way, am I? Pool people. Pool people. I don't know, folks. That's interesting.
Right.
They have poles. Pool cleaners with poles. Going with the sheriff in the back. That's interesting, right? Let's see what happens here with the pool people. Pool people.
I just bumped it. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I was worried about that. It's going to be wet.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, go home. Where's she?
Hey.
What's going on, dude?
How are you? Nick, right?
You just showed up. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I remember names. Looks like the pool cleaners.
What's going on? Are they here just doing their monthly thing, or were they called in to...
Put something in there?
Yeah. Interesting.
I'm just keying you guys in on this. Ben's already rocking on. No, it's not going on. It is. Well, Alan's got going on, but Ben's I got the roller. Yeah, I mean, over there in the driveway, they're walking around the house.
All right, we got something going on, folks. Pool cleaners have arrived. Hey, we got the pool cleaners.
Did they just pull up?
Yep.
There you go. There you go.
Pool cleaners, folks. 2 of them with poles.
What page is yours on Facebook?
We'll wait to see what happens out of this. I'm sorry?
Is this your page?
No.
Otherwise, it's mum's the word here.
Not on Facebook. I'm not on Facebook.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah. All right. See you in a bit.
Am I done?
Behind him too.
Yeah. Right here?
Perfect.
Okay. You're welcome. Got 2 pool cleaners at the house. Breaking news. Nope. Trying to ear hustle. Oh, go back to the tracks. Yeah, let me just go to the tracks here. So you had 2 vehicles like that coming out of the driveway now. So let's see if there's fresh tracks. Let's do something here. Tracks. So, you see any fresh tracks? Well, kind of.
A little bit in the dirt, yeah.
A little bit in the dirt. So fresh tracks. It's hard to see, but you can't really see tracks. I mean, you could see some there, but that could be the Pima County deputy trucks. Fresh tracks. What do you think? Not really. Fresh tracks. It's hard to tell. I mean, like maybe. But I'm sure they did that, right? At the time. Fresh tracks. Because you got two trucks. So, fresh tracks. Huh. Tire tracks. Tire tracks.
Don't force your remote team into another mandatory fun happy hour where everyone stays on mute. Use Confetti. It's the only platform that lets you book fully hosted games like trivia and escape quests in clicks, not hours. We handle the hosting, so you actually get to play. It's the happiness guarantee. Go to
it does make sense because the question is, why hasn't there been any surveillance of any vehicles? They don't record. None of them. They don't work. They're fake.
That's what it is.
They're fake. They don't work.
I read that somewhere too about those cameras not recording or some shit. I think it's very interesting. I don't want to feed into it, but I think it is interesting, actually. Let me play the video real quick for the people that haven't seen it yet. And we'll talk about this article. And I want to know what you guys think, man. What do you guys think? Some people think it's him. I didn't think so, to be honest with you, but this has been like the conversation all over, and everybody. So I guess some people. We did a poll. Oh, this is a slowed down version. You want to zoom in a little bit? Zoom it in. Oh shit! Sorry. That's the video everybody's talking.
Did that, and I'm muted. What I said was, welcome in.
Hey, Libby.
Give me a like.
Let me show you the picture that JB did.
Libby got a rain jacket.
Yeah, so you never know if it's going to start.
Do.
It doesn't rain much around here, does it?
No.
One of the things we were asking is that
We could get like a little.
come Thursday, you guys come in and join us. We are going to be doing a live interview
Where do you just go for
with
a
another
casual
of
Libby?
That was 6 miles from
Donovan
Nancy
Dickerson,
Guthrie's house.
missing
And then this is the
autistic,
picture that JB
24-year-old.
Kinda like a
He's
side by
missing out of
side.
Broken Bow, Oklahoma. Come join us, find out more about the case. It'll be me, Ed, and possibly my friend Arctic Fox going over all of it.
I don't know what you guys think.
Just got another message from a Tucson friend.
12 miles. Well, 2 years ago, I sold my car. I needed money.
Your car, you needed money.
Even if I didn't sell the car then, when we came here, we just got here on the 16th of January.
Okay, so just got down.
I either would have had to sell the car now or pay somebody to drive it out here. Rented an SUV and was throwing stuff out for a year anyway. And just took basic essentials, clothes, nothing big.
Yeah.
Electronic stuff, TV, printer, subwoofer, stuff like that, a laptop. And just loaded the SUV up. Was considering, my cousin Alan said, why don't you go with a U-Haul? I go, I don't want anything with commercial plates. I don't want a box truck. I go, Alan, I go, I've been traveling around the country, and I got family like literally coast to coast, border to border.
Yeah.
Oregon, Dakotas, Iowa, Virginia, Florida, Massachusetts, Connecticut. And started nothing like this traveling around the country in the 60s. Let me tell you, Arizona, well, all the states out west.
Route 66 in the 60s. Remember?
Yeah.
Get your kicks on Route 66.
Yeah. Well, completely different. I mean, I remember Phoenix back then. It was like...
You guys want to go over the article?
They're so different.
Give 1 second.
Like the change as people from the east migrated and moved out west.
Yeah.
That's when all stores changed and opened up restaurants and brought like what they ate. It was totally, but in the 70s still, it is not like it is today. It started to change really a lot in the 80s.
In the 80s, around here.
And I've already hitched a couple of times.
That has changed since I was living out there. That stuff wasn't as...
Which is fun.
The homeless weren't as a big deal.
Well, sir, I wish you luck. Be safe. Thanks for the small talk, and wish you well. I'm out here looking for covering a missing woman. You know anything about Nancy Guthrie?
Just what I've read. I heard they had one person in custody.
Well, they had a guy detained. He got released.
Okay.
It happened up there, like probably about a mile and a half up the road here.
It's something's fishy about it.
Something's fishy. What do you think's fishy about it?
It just doesn't sound right. Right from the beginning. You know, why her?
Why her? It's a great question. Why her?
It's something just not right. Libby, what are you chewing?
Chew. What are you chewing, Libby?
And it's already
Look at Libby's teeth.
Hello, Libby.
It's a
Okay.
nice dog. Did Libby come from New York?
You guys want to go over this article since we have like extra time today? I think it's kind of interesting. Maybe I'll read. You don't have to. Well, I'll just show you what the article is. I don't have to keep it on the screen the whole time. Yeah, I showed the video already. I'll show it again in a little bit for those video everybody's talking about. But let's talk about this article. Okay. And Savannah Guthrie in total panic mode today. Co-workers' brutal true thoughts about her revealed while she's on sick leave, leaving her asking the same humiliating question. So this came out January 20th, 2026, before her mother was missing. But it's interesting.
I ordered 200 hand-forged knives to my dorm room and built a Wix website to sell them. I'm Noah Rosen, founder and owner of Forged to Table Knives. Working my way up through the culinary industry, I knew a lot of people that would love an affordable handcrafted knife, so I saw the opportunity and built my own online empire. When someone first gets to forgetotable.com, we want them to have a curated shopping experience.
And I think let's at least read it so people understand what the conspiracy or people are talking about. Let's listen to JR real quick and then we'll start the article.
Everybody has been looking and scouring the maps, different locations. This spot could be a key to this case down the line. As the glove, we don't know if it's connected to the case, was found up the road here. You start to go up into the Catalina foothills. This is like the bottom of the Catalina foothills. You start going up. The glove was found up the road here. And then eventually get up to Nancy's home. You make a left into her neighborhood. What's going on around here? It is heavily trafficked in the daytime, and cameras everywhere. Cameras. Now I will also report I don't know what exact media outlet, but they talked about these intersections. Who knows if the cameras worked or not? They might not even be working.
There was something about that. Cameras not working.
It might be fake cameras. It might be budget. They don't have the money to maintain the cameras. They might not have record the data. similar to, you know, the cameras at Nancy's home when it didn't go into the cloud. So perp could have came here, cameras maybe not captured, maybe
Hey,
didn't
you
work,
eight. You know you guys can say
operational.
hi. You can chat
Yeah.
with me. I
But
don't
it would be
fight.
awfully shameful if the perp did come down through here and the cameras weren't working.
But I am
Because that
going
would
to
have been
go
a
forward
lost
just a little
opportunity.
bit.
We shall see. We shall see.
We'll go to there.
I have to check it to know what's going right, what's going wrong, and stuff like that. You know. Somebody said, I'm blocking you because of the Sheriff Nanos thing. I'm blocking you. I said Sheriff Nanos is involved
Give me a
in
like and a
the
follow.
disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. At question mark. He needs to be removed and
And thank you for the
investigated.
view.
Hydrant, I don't know. Hydrant on Earth. Why are they still following me? I'm blocking you for this hateful post. You've lost the plot and have forgotten about Nancy Guthrie. I mean, the sheriff is running the investigation. How is that forgetting about Nancy Guthrie? Still didn't block me though. I mean, unfollow. I don't know why I follow these people sometimes. I have no idea who the fuck some of these people are. Never engage with them, and I follow them. I gotta be like the other people who don't follow these people. Let me see what else. Okay, let's listen to JLR a little bit. Let me check for updates.
Oh, pool. Look at this. Pool people. What in the world? Pool people.
Oh.
Pool people.
Are they gonna drain the pool or do something? Clean the pool? They pulled up on the property.
2 pool people have arrived. Dun, 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 dun. Breaking news. Pool people. What is going on here? 2 pool people have arrived.
Hello?
Dun, 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 dun.
Okay, all right, thank you. Let me know if you need it. Huh?
Pool cleaners. Searching the pool.
I think the rating is going up and whatever down is not so shocking me. But what's interesting is to hear.
Everybody's like, what?
To me, what was interesting is to hear how the work environment was with her, because I don't really know anything about her. I've heard of the Savannah. I've seen her before. I know she hosted like a one-on-one with Trump. I think it was in Miami. You know, I've seen her face. I don't know anything about her. I don't have any feelings, positive really or negative, towards her. But it was interesting to see those coworkers, or read it anyway about those coworkers. Who knows if they're telling the truth too? Because some of these coworkers are.
Just a second, guys. I'm doing something for my benefit so that way I can also watch while you guys watch. I do apologize. But I also like being able to see my comments, see how many people are in here, tell you guys to hit the love like button, follow me if you're not following me. If you're over on Rumble, I am monetized. Do what you will with it. And I don't bite. You can say hi into the chat. Like I said before, I lived in Tucson. Matter of fact, I lived in some apartments up close to the area that Nancy went missing.
Wilding out.
Matter of fact, I probably shopped at the Circle K she did, or that they stopped at.
I don't know, folks. That's interesting.
The pool people arriving at the house. Guys, pool people have arrived at the house. I'm not sure what's going on here. Is it two cars or one car? One truck? 2 trucks?
2.
Is that 2 pool trucks? Let me see if Dolly captured it.
Right. I mean, you expect Dolly to get out of his car?
Pool cleaners with poles. Going with the sheriff in the back.
You capture it?
That's interesting, right?
Unless you kind of got it. I don't know. Oh, you had the camera facing it. Oh, there it is.
Hello, U10. Hit the like love button and hit
Yeah, it's
follow.
like a pool.
If you're not already following me, share me out to your friends and family. I used to live up in this area. I have friends who still do live up in this area. I have a mother-in-law who lives up in this
What do you
area.
guys think they're doing? Do you think they're there to drain the
I'm
pool, or
trying to
they're
get
just there to
someone
clean
who
it?
can
Just
get out
regular
there and
maintenance?
actually go look.
Mossad pool?
You know, do a kind of a video for me. So that way I can share with you guys what they see and what their thoughts are on it. Also, coming up Thursday, I have a live interview scheduled with me, Edward Denzel from Unfound Podcast, and Arctic Fox from YouTube. We will be interviewing
How are you?
Donovan
Right?
Dickerson's mother.
remember
Donovan was 24 in 2024, so he'll be 26 this year. She said in 2024 he had the mindset of a 16-year-old. Come join us for the interview. I would say party, but it's not really a party, and I feel weird by saying that word. Just come join us. Maybe one of you guys have seen something that the rest of us haven't, and can help us find Donovan and bring him home.
It's exciting. It's exhilarating. Let's see. Keep an eye on the updates. I wonder if they were just, the schedule cleaning. They just pulled up to the house, or they're actually there to drain the pool so they can see the bottom of the pool and look for anything.
All right, we got something going on, folks. Pool cleaners have arrived. Hey, we got the pool cleaners.
Guys, I keep getting sent this video over and over. I don't know if this is just bullshit, though. What is this?
Over the past few...
There you go. Pool cleaners, folks. 2 of them with poles.
You guys can chat. I do not bite. I would be more than willing to answer any questions you guys have.
We'll wait and see what happens out of this. I'm sorry?
Is this your page?
No.
Otherwise, it's mum's the word here.
Not on Facebook. I'm not on Facebook.
Okay.
Exactly. Yeah.
And y'all stay safe out there as your Valentine's Day shopping, because today is Friday the 13th. Get your loved ones something special.
There was this guy in another country. I forgot what country it was, where he was like, I'm trying to think about it. I don't know if he was a reporter or an independent journalist. And this dude was actually committing the crimes and showing up to the crime scene and being the first one there and taking pictures and shit like that of his own crimes, but they didn't know it and shit. Was he a cop or something? I gotta look this story up.
You're welcome. Got 2 pool cleaners at the house. Breaking news. Nope.
Oh, he had a show.
Y'all, I gotta go use the little girl's room. I'm gonna go ahead and hit mute. I'll be right back. but I do have trains here, and I don't want a train to come through while I am taking a short little break. Let's get past ad. I did have an ad blocker. The only thing is it wouldn't let me pull up stuff that I want to, so I got rid of the ad blocker.
Or the police.
By muting
This
play.
made him hugely popular, boosted ratings dramatically. Souza would report live from the studio, railing against crime. In 2009, police investigated after a tip and arrest. They accused Souza of masterminding a criminal group that ordered hits, mostly on drug traffickers' arrivals, to create content for his show, essentially committing and arranging murders to film them and air exclusives, driving viewership. His crew's suspiciously quick arrivals at scenes were big red flags. He had ties to drug trafficking. That shit was crazy.
Cleaning, there's no way this has something to do with them checking the evidence. It has to be, because you wouldn't let them go on there.
Not having ads running on the live stream today? You crazy? What? They better be on. Imagine they're not on. Yeah, they're on. The ads better be running, JB.
Thank you, Gene
Thank you for the 20.
ANC4874 for the 5 gifted memberships. I'm going to pin a comment right here, say, breaking pool cleaners arrive to Nancy Guthrie's home. I'm going to pin this comment. Now, as soon as Guthrie, as soon as I see some pool drone footage, I'll share with you. Every day there's something happening. We shouldn't have happened before.
My Rumble Ninja's gone. I haven't had any. LOL, you better talk to YouTube. Find a thing. Have you guys gotten ads? Should be running. Hello?
Pool cleaners. They're here. Oh, there's the
What,
one
with the pool
right there. There's a guy right there. I see footprints.
Oh, yeah. True. Okay, I
Right
like that.
there.
All right.
Let's see if I can get over here. I see footprints. Footprints. Let's see what he's doing. Footprints. There he goes. He got something. All right, the drones is up, so. Dude, they got all these drones up in the sky. Drones. Got like 4 drones up in the sky. Drones everywhere.
Drone, baby. We got some.
Drones. You have one? I don't have a drone.
You've had.
They have the capability of going live with the drones.
Thank you so much. Hey, B12, email me. Did you get refunded from yesterday? Thank you so much for the
Let's keep
membership.
it here till we find out more about this pool stuff.
Or message? You have
I think she's in the pool.
Message me.
They think something that's
I
wrong.
want to make sure
what's
they give you back
this
that.
is just doing their due diligence. Why would they? No.
B12 is being cautious today. 5 out of 10.
Yeah, it's definitely organized because the sheriff took them back.
Yo.
All right, so here's an image of what they're doing back there. They're definitely back there, fishing through things with their poles. There's 2 people back there, so they're back there.
Oh, they're in the back. Oh, nice. Oh, they are. Oh,
They're pool cleaning back there with poles. Fishing too.
Ooh, shit.
I don't think anything's in that pool, but we'll see what happens.
I don't think
Why
so
they're
either,
there.
but it's good to be thorough.
Let's see what this comes out of this.
I wonder if, if she does have regular pool cleaners, if they've been interrogated. Or at least talked to.
Guys, welcome in. You can talk. I don't bite. Ask questions. I'll talk. I'll tell you what you want to know, what I think, and share our opinions with each other. I see there's 12 in here. Share me out. Give me a like and a follow. And if you're over on Rumble, I am monetized. It helps this channel out with me being able to keep services going. And I bring more lives like this. Hi, guys. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Give me a like, follow, share. If you're over on Rumble, I am monetized. Give me a like, follow, and share over there. Anything you guys want to donate is great. It helps me out and it helps the channel out. And we'll go back to listening to what's going on here at Nancy Guthrie's house through Ickamel.
Someone just made a request about getting the tire tracks of driveway. And that's an interesting thing. Can you get the tire tracks in the driveway? Can you see tire tracks?
Right. Welcome back to Tucson search for Nancy Guthrie.
Reason being, is it easy to leave tire tracks in like a truck? Say the perp had a similar type of truck, like not a car but a truck, tire tracks. What do you think? So we'll evaluate this once that truck leaves, and we'll see the tire tracks. We'll see if but it also rained a little bit too. Now here's another sheriff too. Tire tracks. Cool.
Yesterday,
What do you guys think? What do you guys think? I thought they were gonna drain the pool though. I say drain the shit, but I guess they're gonna just kind of keep it like swipe it, or they're just cleaning. Is this mandatory cleaning? Is it like an environmental policy? Like yes, it's a crime scene, but
They're out there searching around.
going on, guys? Yeah. Thank you for the membership, Mr. J. How you doing? Thank you for the memberships. Any ideas what they could be looking for in a pool? I mean, just anything, or
find out what got into that specifically. We'll talk soon. Stay tuned. I had to do a news report out here.
I've been using Riverside now for over 5 years. Riverside is an all-in-one recording and
Once this
editing
is done,
platform
I'm gonna go
that lets
grab
you
my
capture
Rumble link and
studio
share it with
quality
you guys.
content from literally anywhere.
So the sign is like there since like
Oh, you got drone footage? Oh. Layla. Let's take a look. Hold on. Let's see real quick. I'm just getting up this video live. Yes. See, is that live? Oh no, they're not showing it anymore. Hey, look. Oh, let's backtrack a little bit then. Oh. Here, at least we get a visual of what it looks like. Look like amateurs though. That shit looks like they're just cleaning the pool to me.
We should be up here after the morning report.
immediately I thought,
Sheriff's lead.
for the most part they are.
One of the sheriffs.
They're very modest.
Oh, she's talking. What's up?
And investigators say they still do not have a suspect in this case.
As the search for Nancy Guthrie enters day 12, investigators hope a new description of the suspect could lead to new tips in this case.
You can imagine local law enforcement had an idea of, hey, we know certain people just got released from prison. We know that certain people are good for residential burglaries. They can go now against that list.
As the investigation continues,
I guess they just didn't use it.
And that's where I think there is a
Give me a
point of
second, guys. I'm
because if you're a U.S.
What these people do, little tiny news hits, and they show for 5, 10 seconds. That's all you get.
We'll see where this goes. Michelle B8, thank you. We'll continue to monitor the twists and turns with the situation. And thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Very grateful for that, Michelle BB8.
I'm looking for the
Appreciate
share
that.
button,
Thank you
guys.
very much. Very, very grateful. We will continue to monitor what this could be about. What do you think is happening, folks, with this?
The guy, can you please move
Piers,
the guy's
they're
picture
cleaning the pool.
standing over you? Oh yeah, the guy over me. That's true. He's blocking the tree branch. I don't want you to miss that.
That is my Rumble link. If anyone wants to go join me over on Rumble.
There you go. All right. Okay, let me update this right here. Yeah. All
I
right.
guess I might have to go down and load the bot.
I want to know if we can find.
I just don't know how that stuff will work with my YouTube channel.
It looks like it's just cleaning though to me. I don't know. I don't know nothing forensic looking about this, right?
I mean, shouldn't have this been done? Like,
Mexico?
shouldn't this been done? Like, up there's a sheriff going back there. A sheriff walking back there. It's been done. Like,
Oh, I gotta there's a couple things I gotta do. I keep forgetting.
I'm on Verizon. It's pretty good out here. TMZ posted new doorbell video of man approaching different house near Nancy's. This guy's. I don't know.
Don't bed. That's
Near
all I
Nancy's
ask.
home week before the abduction. Man had goatee and ran off when homeowners
You ain't gonna
called
make that
Clark.
dumb dude. Yes, you are. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm over here talking to the squirrels. They at least acknowledge my existence.
This has something to do with this case. They're called out to do this. Check the pool. Check the pool for evidence. Check the pool for evidence. I got an idea. I got an idea. I'm gonna do something.
Clean the pool up.
No, we'll buy a drone. I mean, there's people with drones up there. We'll get the footage.
You know, this is an art to some extent, but it has gotten very good. And
Jeff
for
and
example,
others.
about a year ago, there was a giant hack.
I don't want to hear the conversation. I just want to see the visual. I guess this is outside. I'm gonna keep looking to see if we can get something better. Live somewhere else. We're showing the sheriff is doing his own pool investigation, man. He's running his own show.
Y'all, I'm at 359 subs. I need that 500, and I also need 3,000 watch hours. So if you guys aren't busy and you want to go back through the Nancy Guthrie stuff I started this week,
More flowers. Everyone's going down here to do the
that
flowers.
would be great because I can get my YouTube monetized.
They have to have a feed, but I guess it's like a private feed or something.
It is. Everyone's like following the flowers.
That way, you know,
And
the
they put the
flyers
biggest
that I
story in a
print
little
and I hang
box,
at my
which is
local
crazy to me.
store, they can be hung up. You know, it helps with the ink, it helps with the printer, it helps with the electric bill. You all guys know internet's not free, and the only way I can keep going as long as I've got internet. You know, and sooner or later, I'd like to be able to pay for StreamYard or Rumble, or Restream, sorry, not Rumble. Restream, so that way we can have, you know, better service than what we got right now. So, like I said, give me a share, give me a follow.
Searching and see if we can get anything.
Come hang out where I'm live or where I'm not live. Go watch my videos that I've got up now. Thank you all.
You guys let me know if you're seeing it.
And share me out. Hit that love like button and share me out, guys.
Again. We're showing a little preview. Oh, the screen is run black.
She didn't want to talk.
Oh, the screen.
Said she's a neighbor.
What's going on the screen?
All right, back up to the pool. People keep coming, sending yellow flowers, symbol of hope. Symbol of hope. More flowers. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Pool cleaners arrived.
Oh, yeah.
Analytical examinations of blockchain. So it
Everything got switched around on my screen, but that's okay. We got the full view. Oh, somebody sent people over? I didn't get to catch the name. My screen was messing up. Did I get a redirect? Thank you for the redirect. Thanks. Somebody sent somebody, right?
I can't do redirect right now because I'm not monetized yet.
I don't know why they don't pivot the camera to the pool, or they just are not allowed to see that or something.
Oh, here they come. Here they come. Here comes the pool cleaners. They got something in there.
Mm.
Look at that.
Something just popped up from JLR. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was X. So look.
Are you guys here for the investigation?
They had something in their net.
They're leaving.
It was just pool maintenance. They have high standards in pool cleaning. Can't stand Fox.
Wow.
What's the point in doing that? The shit that they're doing.
Yesterday, Amazon delivered a package to Nancy Guthrie's home.
Try to get his attention.
Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm going to do something, and I don't expect anything out of it, but I am going to do it.
Hey, was this a scheduled pool cleaning or part of the case?
Good question. I guess he's not supposed to answer, but
no
he
comment.
just looked and no comment.
He looked at me and then he just drove off. There's your answer. Yeah, pretty much. There's your answer. I tried. There's your answer. All right, so pool cleaner people here. Thought.
Crazy. So, let me see what you guys were saying. And let me skim back at the footage of the pool, see if there's anything interesting. Oh, somebody said thank you for not commenting. Oh, shit. Hey, I would assume that it would have to be a part of the investigation. I don't know if they just wanted him to sweep for something. Maybe Bo had noticed something in the pool. Or maybe they have really strict environmental stuff, like
Part of the investigation.
how their lights over there. You're not.
1. No setup needed. Just open your browser and start playing D&D, Pathfinder, and more. And you
See anything. I mean, you can see here. I guess we'll take a look at the little snippet they showed. Maybe they'll post it after too. Maybe it's already up, but little snippet. So take a little look. Tiny little snippet that they showed. Hold on 1 second. Let me just.
Oh, go back to the tracks. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, see if the tracks are there.
Here. So you had 2 vehicles like that coming out of the driveway now. So let's see if there's fresh tracks. Let's do something here. Tracks. So, you see any fresh tracks? Well, kind of.
Hold on. Let's see first if there's tracks. Yeah, you see
A
tracks.
little bit in the dirt. So fresh tracks.
I bet something was spotted on the drone in the pool, and their guys went there to get it.
You could see some there.
It takes more time to clean the pool. Good point, Twins Mama. That's a good point.
Deputy trucks.
That's a very good point.
Fresh tracks. What do you think? Not really. Fresh tracks. It's hard to tell. I mean, maybe. So I'm sure they did that, right? At the time. Fresh tracks. Because you got two trucks. So, fresh tracks. Huh. Tire tracks.
Still looking to see how to do this. Give me a minute, guys.
This here. There's tire tracks.
Okay. Can't figure it out that way. I'll just do it this way. Give me a second. I'll have my mod go drop it in the chat so that way you guys have it. I was trying to find it to do it, but maybe she
we were at down there
find
at
it
that corner,
easier.
down there by River and Campbell. We got a sheriff talking to a neighbor right now. Something going on.
We'll take a look at it in a little bit. Let's just let
Sheriff
this
talking to a neighbor.
see what happens here, and then we'll watch the full footage again. Look at this too. Somebody had DM me and saying, "Are you mad at me? You haven't replied to my messages." I haven't replied to a lot, even text messages. I've just been like nonstop, super busy. So unless it's like related to the story or an emergency, I just haven't replied. Like I've been getting a lot of messages, but it's not like intentional or anything. It happens to me all the time. There's like a really big story, people start messaging me. Like, are you mad at me? No.
I don't know.
Check my email.
What do you think there?
If anyone
Sometimes I reply
would
mentally,
like
like
to
I'll read something and
help
in my
out,
head,
they can.
I think I replied, and then I never said anything.
There's my PayPal link.
Maybe she makes a complaint. I saw her.
Police chase right now.
This way. She
Okay,
stopped
okay,
here,
let's
talked
see.
to the deputy.
I can put it on the corner.
Deputy got out of his
You think it's a
car
police
and
chase?
Go speak with her.
Oh, there might be a chase in Texas. Oh shit. There's no audio anyway, but I'll put it on the side. We got a chase, pimping.
Oh wow.
Wow, California's so washed up that other states are putting them out of work. Okay, we'll keep a little eye on it since it's still frame right now. This is in Texas. I have like California people. I'm saying that jokingly. Don't take it. Police chase. Ooh. Oh, he's pulling at a gas station. Shamrock? What the hell? He's gonna refuel? Oh shit! He's gonna do the unthinkable. What they tell you should never do. He's gonna refuel. Oh, he stopped. He left. He should have just did it. There's no cops there, right? He should have did it.
Okay, so going back to what I was saying about the surveillance, or the footage, because we were down there on Campbell and River, and this is put out earlier, and this is what it came out last night by Matt Finn, and it kind of describes what we were talking about here, and that this is where I picked this report up here. There's a scenario in which a Guthrie getaway car was not clearly recorded on a traffic camera. City of Tucson tells Fox it doesn't use traffic cameras to record video.
Give me a second, guys.
Right.
Pima County says it has cameras that record, but it's imperfect, may not catch plate.
that looks like the front right of a car in the video. The doorbell, the kidnapper video. I saw some people talk about headlights, but somebody's saying they swear they see a front, like a bumper.
I am not dropping this for anyone else except for my mod. Well, FYI. So that way she can come up and drop some links. Maybe I don't need it. Hang on. Give me a second. I'm working on some stuff here, guys.
Hey, what's the image?
Let's see here. What's going on now?
You pull up the other comments because I thought it's actually kind of interesting, worth pointing out. Let me look at just at the what he said directly. He also advocates for the kind of like, well, he said the family is 100% cooperating. They did not find a glove inside Nancy's home. So all the reporting that was being put out, there's a glove inside the house. There was a glove inside the house. Inside